So let's hit record. You guys probably on your end have to give me permission. Again, every time I hit record, we'll need to get that permission. And again, we'll say why in just a second. So let's try this again. So let's see how we're doing. So good. You guys should be looking at little flowers, lilies on a pond. Is that what we're seeing? Something like that.
Okay. I'm not seeing that, Julie.
Yeah, I'm not
You're
seeing
not seeing
anything.
I'm seeing it
I
now.
see it. Yeah.
You see it now. Okay. It's not. What are you guys looking at right now? Flowers?
No,
I see
everybody's pictures.
everybody. Yeah, I see
We got-
everybody on the.
Okay, so wave at everybody. Let's kill some time. Hey, how's everybody doing? Responding. It's making me close the program lane. I think it's their end. Let's see.
Just like I could see my picture and it has the audio off, but yet you can still hear me, correct?
Yeah, I can hear you. Who is that?
Okay. I'm sorry, this is Amber. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like you're muted, but I can hear you just fine.
That's weird.
Wait, I'm waiting to see. I gave Zoom the option. Just change on y'all's end. Okay. I really don't like it when things don't work. I'm just saying. I wish they would just work for me. Just work. All right. It's really slow. Yeah, I know. All right. Everybody hold your breath and cross your fingers. Do we see flowers? Lilies on a pond kind of
Not yet,
thing? Not yet.
but it did take a while, a minute for it to come up before.
You guys are looking at each other again, aren't you? What if
There
I
it is.
do?
I see
Now
Lily.
there's lilies.
And
Yeah,
That
with this.
works.
real estate pre-licensing. Yep. Yay.
Okay, so guys, good news, bad news. Y'all can see the slideshow, which is what we need right now. We'll figure the rest out in just a minute. Bad news is I can't see y'all. So we're just going to have to do our very best and utilize the chat. Is everybody seeing the slide? Just the slide.
Yes.
And I do not see head bobs. So maybe if I do this.
Yes, I'm seeing the slide.
You see the slide. Okay. All right. And look, I think I can see you guys. Oi. All right. Again, you guys, I don't know, but I do thank you for your patience. And it's part of the beauty of going live, right? You just never know. It's like a kid. It's never going to work when you want it to. So it looks like we're in. Let's have everybody throw your thumbs up at me and show me you're looking at a slide that says North Carolina Real Estate Broker Licensing Class. Are we there? Is that what we're seeing? Okay, we're making progress 22 minutes later. So again, welcome you guys. Thank you for your patience. We do need to go over a couple expectations for the class to make sure we are all on the same page so first off, as mentioned earlier, this is the very first day of your brand new real estate career. So welcome. And with introductions, I am Julie Campbell. I'll be your instructor for this class. We're going to be together for the next couple months. Just a little bit about me. First off, there's my phone number and my email, and I encourage you guys to jot this information down, maybe on the inside cover of your notebook, or maybe that first page, somewhere you can access it regularly. I encourage you guys to reach out to me at any time during this class. If you have questions, if you're stuck on something, I need to hear from you. So we're going to talk about some of the tools that you guys have, some of the resources that you have. And I want you to think of me as a resource outside of this class. So never, ever, ever hesitate to reach out to me. So many times you guys are so cute. So many times you guys say, I hate to bother you. You're not bothering me. This is what I do. So please, please, in your words, bother me. Let me know how I can help you through this class. Email, text work better for me. But yeah, just to make sure you have my information jotted down. Just a little bit about myself while you're writing.
That is a long
I'm
email.
actually, it is, isn't it? I know. Have you tried to come up with an email address lately? They are all taken. All of them. They're all taken.
It's the passwords now that are getting me.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. But if you think about it and look at the email, it makes sense. Because who am I to you? I am Julie, the real estate instructor at gmail.com. So if that helps you,
Yeah.
it'd be one. Let's see. So I started this year. I'm celebrating 24 years in the real estate industry. I was a baby when I started working in real estate. Heavy administrative background, kind of where I got my start taking care of my agents and let my agents go and take care of buyers and sellers. At some point, I switched gears and I went into sales myself, where I could go take care of buyers and sellers. At some point, I picked up this teaching thing I'd always done as an admin. I'd always done in-house training, one-on-one training, skills class training, that kind of thing. So, at some point, this was like the next logical step for me, doing pre-licensing. Today, I'm not doing sales so much anymore. I guess you could say I've gone back to my roots, and I am back to admin. I'm back to taking care of my agents and let my agents go take care of other buyers and sellers. When they make money, I make money. So it's really a win-win situation. I see. So again, I never I never want you guys to hesitate to reach out to me at any time. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Rules and expectations. Let's get this out of the way. So when it comes to this class, you guys, it's important that we know out the gate that attendance matters. There is an attendance requirement on this class. And specifically during our time together, the most you can miss is 15 hours. Please write that down for me. The most you can miss is 15 hours. If you go over 15 hours, you are not eligible for the end of class exam. And I will talk about the end of class exam in just one moment. When it comes to these 15 hours, an absence is an absence is an absence, regardless of the reason. It's not a question of why you missed. It's the fact that you missed. Guys, the truth is, this is a pretty intense class. This is a pretty tough test. If you're missing 15 hours, you've missed too much. And I'm going to be very frank with you guys. If you've missed 10 hours, you've missed too much, because this is an intense class. We move quickly and swiftly to get through the material. So 15 is the max. I encourage you to utilize that time wisely. I know some mornings we wake up and we just really don't want to log on to Zoom. I get it. But I encourage you to use that time wisely. I've seen so many cases at the end of the class where students have missed 12, 13 hours, and then something comes up and they have to miss. And now they've gone over their hours and they're not eligible for the end of class. One thing I think you should all, I would like to encourage you all to do is to keep up with your own hours. I will keep up with them as well. But if I send you an email and say, hey, you're at 12 hours, this should not be a surprise to you if you're keeping up with your own hours. So if you log in 10 minutes late, that counts 10 minutes against you. If you log out 30 minutes early, that counts 30 minutes against you. If you miss the whole class, that's about 5 hours. So keep up with your own time. And of course, because we're together for as long as we are, we do take breaks. I take a 10-minute break at the top of each hour-ish. A 10-minute break at the top of each hour, that gives us time to refresh, regroup. We can check our phones, our texts, our emails, return calls, grab a snack, whatever you need during that 10 minutes at the top of the hour. So 15 hours is the max. Please, I encourage you to keep up with your own hours so we're not surprised. And 10-minute break. How I keep up with attendance on Zoom. How I keep up with attendance on Zoom is because I can see you. So I know right now I have you guys. Hopefully I can see you front and center in your camera. You guys look great, by the way. As class goes on, we tend to drift further and further away from the camera. So I may just have to remind us, camera's on, because again, if I can't see you, I can't give you credit for being here once we work through these first day camera issues. When you log on, when you log out, I pull a Zoom report after every class that tells me what time you logged on and it tells me what time you logged out. So I have your attendance that way. When we come back from break or from breaks, I will also take a screenshot for attendance to show that you are back from break, that you're in front of your camera. If for some reason you're late coming back from break, just tell me in the chat, Julie, I'm back, and turn your camera on. So that way I know in the chat that you're back later after class when I review attendance. So how do I track? Like we said, I pull a report. It tells me what time you log on, what time you log out. I do a screenshot for attendance. And if you happen to be back late from break, then we just tell me to chat, shoot me a message. And that way, when I go back to check, I can see that you're here. The big no-no in Zoom. Is everybody ready? The big no-no in Zoom, never allowed. I cannot have you in a moving vehicle while you're on Zoom, driving or as a passenger. If I see you in a car, that's fine. Look, I get it. For a lot of us, the car in the driveway is a quiet place in your house. Totally get it. So if you're in a parked car, that's fine. But if I see stuff moving, I will remove you from the class. You're welcome to join us. You're welcome to come back whenever you get to where you're going. But I cannot have us in a moving vehicle while we are on the Zoom call. Do I have any questions about that? The other thing I asked Zoom, oh, yes, ma'am, Amber, I see that. And again, I apologize, you guys. I got you on 3 different screens right now. So if I don't see your hand, you may just need to unmute and say, hey, Julie. Amber, thank you.
Yes, just a question about the whole driving thing. Sometimes there is that I'm traveling and somebody is driving that, I can't be in the back seat. So nothing. Sorry, I know that was a really bad question, but okay. It must be parked. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
That's for your safety, the driver's safety, the people around you on the road safety. Thank you. Zoom, there's pluses and minuses to everything. I know a couple of you said at the start that you're brand new to Zoom. Some of you are very familiar with Zoom. I don't care what your Zoom status is. Guys, probably the number one issue with Zoom are distractions. We're all home. We got a lot going on at home, don't we? We got housework that needs to be done. We got stuff that needs to be done in the garage. There's laundry, right? There's kids, there's pets, there's spouses, there's significant others. There's all kinds of things going on at home. When we're on our call together, I need you guys to try to keep distractions to a minimum. Turn the TV off. You can stream Price is Right and watch it later. If you're on your, I mean, you're all on your device, but I don't need you doing other stuff on your device. So when we're here, let's stay focused, just me and you. We're not shopping on Amazon. And you guys may probably have your phone near you. If you find yourself getting distracted by the phone, you may want to set it off to the side or the other side of the room. We will have a few opportunities to use your phone, a couple games we're going to play. So I don't want you to go too far with your phone. But if you're finding that it's distracting you, then you just need to take those couple extra steps to put it down and not allow it to distract you. Again, this is an intense class, and these are pretty tough exams that we're getting ready to discuss. So anything you can do on your end to keep distractions to a minimum is going to greatly benefit you. I encourage you guys the next couple of days or so to find a distraction-free zone to take this class in, and for when you're studying. We are going to talk about your outside of class study time. So if you can go ahead and secure that distraction-free zone now, tell the family and the pets to leave you alone during this time in your study time. You're going to greatly benefit from that. Speaking of distractions, real quick, some of you might have heard some noise in the news recently from the National Association of Realtors. And I want you guys to treat this for right now as just that, noise. If you've heard anything, it's noise. If you haven't, good. Here's the deal, you guys. The National Association of Realtors has recently changed some things. There was this massive lawsuit, the settlement, and they've recently changed some way that we do things. The National Association of Realtors did not write this class. They are not giving you your exam. This class and this exam comes from the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. Before you can join the National Association of Realtors and know what that means, you first have to become a broker. And that's why we're here. We're going to let you get your broker license. Once you're a broker, then you may affiliate with NAR. We will talk more about the affiliation with that. If you do, then you can worry about the realtor things from that settlement. So the only reason I bring this up right now is to say we're not going to talk about that settlement. We're not going to talk about that in this class because it has nothing to do with you guys becoming a broker. So for right now, until you get your license, if you hear this, because you guys are going to start searching all things real estate, and if you come across this NAR settlement, please just put it off to the side until you get your license and you can deal with it then. We may come across some inclement weather. I don't think we'll get snow August, September, October. I hope not anyway. But, you know, we've had lots of flash flooding in our area, some good storms coming through. In the event of any kind of inclement weather, we will reach out to all of you via email. As a matter of fact, email is the channel we have to reach out to all of you. So any type of announcement, word we need to get to you guys outside of class for any reason, we will use the email that you used when you registered, whatever Lane has on file for you. And that's our way to reach out and communicate. I know we're online, but class participation is still as important. Again, we've talked about the importance of being present, of being in front of your camera, of paying attention, of being distraction free. That's a great place to start for participation. There may be times I ask you guys to type in the chat. If I say, answer my question in the chat, I'm asking for participation. Obviously, if you guys have questions, I encourage you to ask questions as long as those questions are on topic. If you have an off-topic question hit your brain, why don't you write it down on a side note and we can address it after class? And I say that because so many times you guys on mute and I hear, I know this is off topic, but so I got to keep us on track because we got a lot of material to cover in a pretty short amount of time. If you want to get through testable material, I got to keep us on track. I can't let us get derailed. So if your question's off topic and you know your question is off topic, and I know you don't want to forget it, I totally appreciate that. Take your little side piece of paper and jot it down. And you know you can reach out to me after class or during break, whatever. I encourage questions, but with that being said, I've got to keep moving in order for us to cover the material. Speaking of questions, any questions on anything we have covered so far? You all either have a book or you have a book coming. You don't have a book, I'm sure you've been in touch with Lane and you know your book is coming. So this is the book that we're going to use. I don't use this book much in class. This is an outside of class tool for you guys. There's a few things we'll look at in here, but for most part, this book is your out of class tool, out of class resource. You may want to go ahead and write this down, but I'm going to tell you right now, your homework for every class is to look ahead at where we're going and review where we've been. So I tell you when we leave each time, every single time we leave you, I tell you this is what we're going to cover next class, next week. That gives you the opportunity to look ahead, expose yourself to the information so we can better discuss it in class. So your homework is always to look ahead at where we're going and to review where we've been. I don't have a rear view mirror in this class. So once we cover unit 1, like today, we're done and we're moving on. You guys are going to be tested on unit 1 in 2 months from now. So I need you to keep unit 1 fresh in your mind as we keep moving forward. So let me ask you guys a question. I want you all to be honest with me. How many of you have read unit 1 and unit 2? Good. You guys are off to a good start. If you haven't, that's okay. You got time to get yourself caught up. So like I said, we'll be through unit 1 today. Don't blink. We'll get started on unit 2. The good news is we're going to be in unit 2 for today, Thursday, even into next week. So we got plenty of time for you to get caught up. Unit 2 is dense. There's just a lot of topics covered in there. So we're going to slow down just a bit. So units 1 and 2, that'll get you caught up. I pretty much go in order. So once you're done with unit 2, then you can go ahead and look ahead at unit 3, unit 4, unit 5. We're going to get through all of them. And then after class, I want you to review where we've been, talk about or think about what we talked about in class. We're getting ready to introduce you to Learn, Test, Pass, where you have some practice questions. Those are great ways for you to see how you're doing, for you to gauge how well you know the material. So some suggestions, some resources I have for you guys, consider read the book. We talked about that. But consider having a Post-it pad or a scratch pad next to you. So when you have a question or a thought, you can jot it down. I don't know if y'all are like me, but I swear my little brain these days. And if I'm sitting in class and I go, oh man, I got to go after class and pick up milk. That's all I need to distract me. And now I'm just sitting here going, don't forget the milk, don't forget the milk. Like I'm really going to forget the milk, but I'm stressing over milk and not over what's in front of me on the screen. So this is my new trick and I'm sharing it with you guys. Have a Post-it pad, write down milk, and then you don't have to worry about it and you can stay focused. You can stay with me. Does everybody want milk now? I do need to get milk this afternoon, but I have it written down. Attend class. We know we can't miss in more than 15 hours, but that doesn't mean I'm encouraging you to miss 14 hours and 59 minutes. Please be here when you can. And when I say be here, I don't just mean physically in your chair in front of the screen. I also mean being distraction free. Giving yourself that distraction free zone where you can focus. Taking good notes. I use PowerPoints, as we can see. I don't think you guys should write down every single word that's on the PowerPoint in front of you. I think if you're writing down every single word on the PowerPoint, then you're having a harder time listening. It's hard to give full attention to more than one thing at a time. So instead of writing down every single word of the PowerPoint, I encourage you to take good notes. Jot down words or phrases, things that you're not sure about, or you want to go back and review. As a matter of fact, I am so adamant about you guys not writing every single word of the PowerPoint. In just a second, I'm going to show you where I have all of my PowerPoints available to you. You already have all of the words. So you don't need to write them down again. And again, I will show you in just 1 second where we can find that. The other thing I encourage you guys to do, if you're taking good notes, make your own flashcards. Yes, you can go out there and you can buy flashcards already made, but they're not yours. When you make your own flashcards, they tailor to your areas of weakness, to the words or the phrases or the math formulas that you're not sure about. You can tailor your cards to you. And I think that's a lot more helpful, a lot more beneficial than buying a box of flashcards. So making your own flashcards, you can use some scratch paper. You can go get a little thing of index cards. You're not going to be able to make a flashcard for every single word. You'd have more flashcards than what you knew what to do with. So this is the terms, the words that you're struggling with, that you're not sure. And then as we go through these PowerPoints, as we go through this class, you're going to see that there's things in red, or maybe they have a little warning symbol next to it. That's alerting you to something that's pretty important. As you guys are listening, every once in a while, you might hear me say, write that down. If I'm telling you to write it down, it's because I'm telling you it's pretty important. So again, it's a fine art of balancing listening and taking notes, but hopefully we won't be so worried about missing the PowerPoints when these are available. And again, we'll show you where in just a second those are. So just some suggestions, any other recommendations or questions or anything about the material you guys have, I encourage you to reach out to Lane and I. We have other resources, and I'll share some of those other resources with you guys once we get going. But you know, before you go to Google and start searching pre-licensing material, please just come to Lane and I and let's talk about some of these sources we have vetted, we have had experience with. Probably one of the biggest resources you guys have or will have in this class is Learn Test Pass. Hopefully you guys got an email from Becky with Learn Test Pass with instructions to set up your account. Did we get the email? Lots of hands? Good. If you didn't, let me know after class, not now, but let me know after class. We will get you the email, but I need you to check your inbox, check your spam. You've never gotten anything from Becky before, so there's a good chance she has wound up in your spam. Learn Test Pass, it's so aptly named, you guys. The whole point of the system is to help you learn so you can test and pass. That's what it's all about. So there's practice tests, there's good things in there. We're going to poke around in it in just a second. And when it comes to Learn Test Pass, Becky is our resource. Becky is our Learn Test Pass guru. So you may want to go ahead. There's the email that the instructions to set up for Learn Test Pass would have come from, so you know what to look for. If you need to reach out to Becky directly, there's her phone number. Text works best for her. And as a matter of fact, I have a special treat for us. And when we come back from our first break, we're actually going to meet Becky. Becky's going to log on and join us and say hi and put a face to the name. So you guys will know who it is that you're reaching out to. So we got Becky coming, leading us back from our next break. Our first break. Learn Test Pass is the one that also handles your end of class exam. Again, I got a lot more to say about that. We're just getting started. But the thing I want you to take into consideration now are there some device restrictions. So you can't use a phone or a tablet, Chromebook, etc. Will not work for for the end of class exam. The reason I bring it up now is because if you are currently on one of these devices, then we have time, you have time to find another device to take your exam on in October. So Becky's coming at 10. She's going to show us around Learn Test Pass, give us a few minutes to meet her. Again, one of your biggest resources, one of your biggest tools. As a matter of fact, consider this. To help you get ready for your end of class exam and your state exam, both of which I will talk about in just a second. To help you get ready, The best way to practice for a test is by taking practice tests. Does that resonate with you? Does that make sense? The best way I know to prepare you for these exams is to give you practice exams. I don't know about y'all, but it has been a minute since I've sat in a classroom. It has been a longer minute since I took a test. Anybody feeling me? So the best way I know to prepare you for this, the best way I know to get you ready is by taking those practice quizzes, those practice tests, and Learn Test Pass. By the way, the author of your end of class exam is Learn Test Pass. So taking Learn Test Pass practice questions gets you familiar with their verbiage. It gets you familiar with how they ask the questions. So Becky is your Learn Test Pass. Any issues with Becky or Learn Test Pass, you go to Becky. Anything about the material, you come to me. So if you have questions about the material, if you're not sure what it means, shoot me a text or an email. If you have a question about a question, one of the practice questions, one of the practice quizzes, take a screenshot of it and send it to me. Let me see the question that you're stuck on so I can help you get unstuck. One thing you guys are going to hear me say, just get used to it. Every single word means something. Every single word means something. So every single word of the question, every single word of the answer choice. The best way for me to help you is to see the question so I can see all of the words. For those of you that just went, oh no, I didn't write down her information the first time she told me to, I got you. There you go. So if you didn't grab it the first time, again, I encourage you to write it down. Maybe I'll hear from you, maybe I won't. But if you feel the need to reach out to me, I want to be available with my phone number and email. Let's see. Clarence got his camera working. That's good. Let's see. Is that Amber, I'm sorry. Is that a new hand?
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring up something. So over this weekend, I actually went and did the 2 practice tests just to see like what I know.
Good.
Turns out I need the class. But I knew some of the things, which was good. Because I do want to address to the class if they haven't already or don't know or do know. When you do take those quiz tests, those questions, every wrong answer, even the right answer at the end, at the bottom of each question, they give an example, an explanation of why. So that's very helpful. So those that when I said unlimited amount of times that you can take these practice quizzes and tests is a good idea. It's great to like if that's how you can retain information like me. I like to get something wrong and then whenever I'm told differently, I attune and retain all that information. So sorry, that's my
So much,
2
Amber, for
cents.
sharing that. I do. We'll poke around Learn Test Pass in just a second. And I got to say that to me, that's the biggest benefit of Learn Test Pass. You say A, B, C, or D, and it tells you right or wrong. Okay, that's helpful, right? But then it goes on to tell you why this is right and why all of the other ones are wrong. And to me, Amber, that's the biggest benefit of Learn Test Pass is that explanation with each question. Because guys, it's not just a matter of, oh, I knew that. I also want you to ask yourself, why did I answer wrong? Is there something crossed in my mind? Is there something I'm not sure about? Why did I pick the wrong answer? And again, taking these tests, this is all preparing you for that end of class exam. Thank you so much for sharing that. A couple other resources we have for you guys. Tomorrow, probably tomorrow morning, we'll say, I'm going to send you guys an email. And the email is going to have 2 links in it. One link is going to be to a Google Drive just for this class. Remember I mentioned my PowerPoints? That's where you're going to find my PowerPoints along with a lot of other good supplemental stuff that we will talk about as we go through. The other link in the email I'm going to send you tomorrow is going to be for our very own YouTube channel. The reason I hit record, I record all of my classes. And after my homework for myself this afternoon is I'm going to create our YouTube channel and I will load today's class. When we finish class on Thursday, I'll load Thursday's class. When we finish class next week, I'll load. As we finish a class, I will load that to our YouTube channel. So if you have to miss, if you log in 10 minutes late and you think, oh my God, what did I miss? You can go back and check out the recording if you have to miss the whole class. As we get going further into topics, you very well might come across something that you want to hear over and over and over again. I'm a big fan, I'm a big believer in the power of repetition. And the more times you can hear this material, the better it's going to click, the easier it's going to get. So I encourage you to utilize our YouTube channel, use it as a review, use it as an opportunity. And now that it's recorded on the YouTube channel, you can skip through, skip around. So just kind of tailor it to you. So again, be on the lookout for an email from me. We'll say tomorrow morning. Check your spam just in case I wind up there. And then I'll have those links for you. The other thing I want you guys to consider, for every hour we spend in class, they say you need to spend 2 to 3 hours outside of class studying. Guys, we meet 10 hours a week, which means I got you studying 20 to 30 hours outside of class. Remember when I said this is an intense class? Remember when I said this is a hard test? I'm not kidding over here. You guys have got to spend time with this material outside of class. Specifically, how much do you need? That depends on you. If you spend 10 hours studying this weekend and you feel good, then you're good. Or 5 hours studying this weekend and you're good, then you're good. But if you spend 5 hours studying this weekend and you still don't feel good, then you may need to put some more time in it. Does that make sense? I need you guys to learn how to be students today, so we can be up and running for this class, so we can take off. I'm going to show you guys in just a second some dates for this class, and I'm going to encourage you to put the dates for the class on your calendar. But you know what? Why don't you also put your study time on the calendar? If you know you're available on Saturday mornings to study, then block out 2 or 3 hours on Saturday morning so you honor your commitment to yourself. Again, tell your family, guys, Saturday morning is study time. I need 3 hours or 5 hours or whatever it is for you to leave me alone. You guys have got to commit and you've got to dedicate to this class. So I encourage you to schedule your time, schedule the class time. We'll see that in a second. I mean, it's kind of hard to look at this screen, right? Because I pretty much just gave you guys a part-time job, didn't I? Just like, poof, here you go. How many of you have family? How many of you have friends? How many of you have a job? How many of you have a hobby? How many of you have something you're binging on Netflix or Hulu right now? My point is, don't we all have something going on? I'm not asking you guys to give up anything. I'm asking you to rearrange your plate for 2 months to make room for this class. It's only 2 months, you guys. Rearrange your plate to make room for this class. Does that make sense? Look, sometimes we sit here on the first day. I know you guys. Sometimes we sit here on the first day and we say, when I was in high school, I picked the book up 2 days before the test and I crammed and I did just fine. It doesn't work like that here. Please, 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 please start today. Fair? So what we're doing, what we're thinking about is that action plan. How are you going to spend your day after day, week after week? We're only together for 2 months. So keep that in mind. Please keep that all in mind. Any questions so far? All right. Kind of scared to do anything because it's working, but let's see what happens. All right. And then stop sharing. Ooh. See? Okay. Stop sharing. So you guys should all be looking at each other again. Do you guys see each other again? Okay, good, good, good. This is good. All right, so we're going to take our first break. Before you go, let me explain what happens. We're getting ready to take our first break. When you take a break, you're welcome to turn your camera off. Make sure your mic's on mute. We don't need to see what you do on break. So feel free to turn your camera off. Go do your thing. We get a 10-minute break. If you find yourself that you lose track of time, set the timer on your phone for 9 minutes and 45 seconds or something. At 10 minutes, we come back and we turn our cameras back on. And when we turn our cameras back on after 10 minutes, I take a screenshot and that shows me who's back from break and who's not. So that's how break works. So let's take 10. I'm going to put the time in the chat. So we have that. Let's take 10. And then we will come back and meet Becky and talk about a few other good things. So that is 10:09.
Hey, guys, can y'all hear me? Yes? Okay, good. Julie is asking you all to log out and then she'll let you guys back in. Okay? Can you do thumbs up or something that everybody heard me? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hey guys. Welcome back. Becky, give me just 1 second. I'm having some mad tech issues this morning.
Not just you.
So,
We kept getting booted out of another meeting I was on. When I
so
was
it is Zoom.
it's Zoom, it's not you. The servers in Europe are down. And when the servers in Europe go down, Zoom starts moving things around. So some of the US servers are now overstressed. So
Becky, I'm so glad you joined the call and shared that with us. Thank you. I was starting to lose my mind. I was like, this is
yeah,
not my first time on Zoom. So
the
everybody,
they
I'm
were
sorry.
losing their mind on that. They're like, why do you keep closing the meeting? And I'm like, I'm not even in charge of the darn meeting. You wasn't me.
We are getting through the very best that we can. As you guys are joining us, welcome back. I got to get a few more of you back on. And of course, Becky, this all went down on the first day because, you know.
Well, something has to go wrong on the first day, and if this is the worst that happens through the whole semester, how lucky are we? Seriously,
We're just getting this out of the way, aren't we?
exactly.
So everybody, welcome back. And again, I really appreciate your patience. I don't know if you heard, but it's not us, it's Zoom. So glad that Becky came on and shared that. We are doing the very best that we can today. So everybody, I just want to take a moment and introduce you to Becky. She's calling herself Rebecca up here, but I think we call her Becky. So we just, yep. You want Rebecca? No? Okay. So Becky it is. Becky is all things Learn Test Pass. So Becky, I appreciate you being here with us and giving us a few minutes to just kind of talk about Learn Test Pass and what all it can do for us.
Oh, I'm super glad to do it, and thank you guys for having me. I hate to interrupt your day, but
Becky, before you get started, Julie, can you make her co-host so she can share her screen?
Um, there you go.
so I'm anxious all the time. I always tell everybody this because I get anxious if I don't mention it. So, you don't want to like double up on your anxiety, am I right? I feel so much better when I can put faces and voices and names together. I feel more comfortable reaching out for help and I feel more comfortable giving help. So I'm really glad to be able to see what you all look like and everything. And I hope it makes you feel more comfortable coming to me too. Our Miss Julie is wonderful, but if you ask her something about LTP or send her an email asking for assistance with LTP, she's going to tell you go talk to Becky because Becky's got to fix it. So I sent you all an email. I might have landed in spam for you. I'm really sorry. Some wise acre decided it was a great idea to mark me as spam, and I am still digging out of that. It is ridiculous. I do not know how this happens. But if you do not see me in spam, this is my email address. Please send me an email and I'll make sure that I get the link that you need and everything like that over to you. It's super important to get logged in to make sure everything is working. And also we have books on order. So for those of you who do not have a book, your only access to the book is going to be online until we get this completely resolved. Allegedly, they're going to have the books to us this week, but you never know with a printer and you never know with the USPS. So we will absolutely make sure though that we're staying on top of that and getting it done. So this is where the link that I sent you goes. This is Learn Test Pass. It's got all kinds of fun stuff on it, but this is where you log in. I'm gonna log into my student account. Fun fact, I follow you guys along throughout the entire course. I'm doing the quizzes along with you. I'm making sure that everything is getting done. And it's really, really, really important to me that if you think that there's something wrong with a question or anything like that, take a screenshot of that and send it on to Miss Julie, and she'll be able to help you with the content of the question. And if there actually is an error, she'll forward it on to me so that we can get it fixed. You can also tie me in on it if you want to. but I am just a technology person. I'm not a broker. I'm just a tech. So your username is your email address, all lowercase, and it has to be your complete email address. Your password has a special character and it has a capital letter at the start. If you've used the system before, you probably already have a password in there, but there's a password in the email that I had sent out to. I can reset your password for you if you need me to. So you log in. Because I've logged into this before, I do not have the splash screen where you accept terms and conditions and the privacy policy for the Moodle site. Some users are reporting that they're having trouble logging in. The usual culprits, Safari and Microsoft Edge, both have super powerful pop-up blockers. So best practice is try it on Firefox or Chrome. If you're still having trouble though, please send me an email and I'll take a look at it. I'll get on with support and we'll try to figure it out. Sometimes it is the splash screen. Sometimes it's a small little typo, or you signed up with one email address and you're actually, you want to use a different email address. We always get it sorted out though. Once you've logged in, this is kind of like the mothership, I suppose. This is where you can change your information, your profile. You can access a lot of information about yourself. You can log out, that sort of thing. But this is where the magic happens. This is my courses. And you want to go to all, and you'll see what is available to you. I take tests too, as you can tell, but your program is going to be Carolina School of Real Estate pre-license. You want to go into view course, and you have a menu right in front of you. You also have this handy little course index on the side. I'm a course index person. I'm not really the roadmap person anymore, but if you want to use the roadmap, you can. You just click in the center of the little star and it'll send you where you want to be. But you can also use this. Under welcome and thank you, this has a ton of information. It's got information about browsers. It has some downloadable forms. To mark these off, you have to view them. This also has the exam content outline for your end of course exam, but also for your license exam. And this is supremely helpful. This tells you what sections you really need to focus on and that sort of thing. Course and final exam resources. Here are some more forms. Again, you have to view them to be able to access them. And final exam information. This is proprietary, so please don't share this link with anybody. This belongs to Carolina School of Real Estate. But here is your textbook. This is your full textbook, and you are able to see every single unit. You can expand it, make it larger. And it has this little flip function. Some people don't like it, some people do. But you can click on a tab if you want to go to a particular unit, and you can flip through the pages. This is also, your textbook is also available within each particular unit. I digest things better as bite-sized. So my bite-sized unit is in Unit 1. You're going to have the textbook for only Unit 1. You have an activity here. It's a flashcard program. Sometimes you have to refresh your screen like this before it will pop up. You have a quiz, and on your quiz, it is immediate feedback. It's going to tell you if you get an answer correct or incorrect, and you can go back and review it later on. It keeps track of every single quiz that you take on the site. And each time you take a quiz, you're going to see different questions because the questions are pulled from a question bank. There is a trick to it though, and I wanted to show this to you guys to make sure that you know how to make sure your question is counted. Let's just pick let's pick a random answer. You check your answer and then you click the check button. And you find out instantaneously if you are right or you're not right. You have this little quiz navigation button, or section rather, on the right side of your screen. When one of these turns red, you can go right to the question again and you can find it again. So it's very helpful if you have a question about a question. You would just click on that little number 2 there and take a screenshot of it and send it on to Miss Julie. Or sometimes if you're like me, you read a little too fast and you miss the word accept, or always, or never, or required. It's a joy. If you decide to use the roadmap to navigate your way through the system, this is what it's going to look like. If you want to go to, say, Unit 2, you would click on Unit 2 and you would find all of the resources that are available for you there. If you have any trouble with this system though, please, please, please drop me a line and let me know immediately so that I can go talk to somebody at Moodle and make sure that they're on top of that too. Everybody always starts an email to me, it seems like, with, "I'm sorry to bother you." You are not bothering me. This is my handy dandy phone that is currently plugged in. Every single email goes to my phone. I am never doing anything so important that I cannot take a couple of minutes to respond to an email, even if what I'm telling you is, "I'm sorry, I don't know. I need to go find somebody who does." Be patient with me on test days, of course, because sometimes it gets a little hairy around here. But if you guys need something, please send me an email. My goal is to make it so that Miss Julie can teach and I will take care of the tech so that you guys get the best possible education you can get. And you're going to get an amazing one from Julie. I will take care of the LTP side though. And also, I wanted to kind of mention a couple of things about the end of course exam, because I know that that's going to come up, and I will pop in again before the end of your course and go over all of this again. It doesn't work on a Chromebook. It doesn't work on an iPad. It doesn't work on a tablet. It's not going to work on a military computer, and it's not going to work on a work computer. We found out someone who works for a mortgage lender was trying to take it on her work computer, and that was just not happening. So you are required to have a working webcam and your sound on your computer must work. It does work on a Mac. There are a couple of steps, and I have to send you to support for that. I'm locked out of anything helpful. I'm really sorry about that. But support is always able to override settings on a Mac, so you'll be good. And again, we'll go over all of this at the end. But you are in the very best of hands, and if anybody has any questions, I am here to answer.
Thank you so much, Becky. We appreciate you stopping by. As Becky said, she said a lot about, one step at a time, you guys. So first off, let's, master the end of unit quiz piece, the individual unit piece, and then we will be back to talk later about your end of class exam when we get closer. But just a couple bugs in your ears about things like Becky said, Chromebook. So Chromebook's not going to work. If you have a Chromebook and that's all you have, then we got time to, call somebody, a family member or something, get you another device. So this is why I know it's kind of odd on the first day to talk about the last thing that we do, but with tech and issues and everything, we just want to make sure everybody's good going into this. So thank you so much, Becky, for popping on.
Having me. And if you have any questions, please drop me a line. And you might actually be saving me from having to mow my lawn, which I'm supposed to be doing right now, and I don't want to do it. So save me from the housework. Why did I think buying a house?
There you go.
Comes over and fixes
Awesome,
that for me.
There you go. All right, good deal.
Well, thank you for having me. And I feel so much better being able to put faces and names together. And I hope you guys feel better too. So here if you need me, here if you don't. And have an amazing class. You really are in the best of hands. Miss Julie, cover your ears. She gives everything she has. Everybody at Carolina School of Real Estate gives everything they have to you. So absorb it all, because this time really, really, really flies. You think it's endless in the beginning and it's never going to end. I can tell you it ends so much faster than you think. So take every single second you can. But I got nothing else. Bye, Miss Lane. Bye, Miss Julie.
Becky, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So that was Miss Becky. Now we know who to go to for Learn Test Pass stuff. A few more housekeeping things. I do want to, Lane sent you guys an email. I know you got it because you have the Zoom link that you need to get into this class, but I do want to make sure that we saw a few of the important things. Like, for example, Lane's got a registration and a contract that she needs you to sign. So if you've not done this section yet, I need you to do so sooner rather than later. Don't forget about it. Lane can't submit you for completing this course until this stuff is done. So go ahead and do it now, and then you won't have to worry about it. As Becky mentioned, she sent the email for Learn Test Pass. So we got, she'll have that email with the access. You got a little tutorial video, kind of walk you through that. We'll talk about this and then the dates, but I got another resource for you guys for the dates. The other thing I want to go ahead and show you while we're here, I mentioned I will send you an email tomorrow morning. There's going to be a link to a Google Drive, and specifically, this is what you're going to see. So we'll get to this stuff. We will cover this stuff. You're welcome. I encourage you to kind of start poking around on it and exposing yourself to it, but we'll get to it eventually. As you can see, here's all my PowerPoints. So here's our welcome PowerPoint. We're getting ready to get into Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, etc. So you have all the PowerPoints right here. Again, if you feel the need to write down every single word, I really strongly encourage you from doing so. Just trying to keep you focused. So I already provide you with every single word. The other thing I wanted to point out to us in our Google Drive that you'll get the link to tomorrow is our tentative schedule for this class. So when I talked about putting class dates in your calendar, the tentative schedule is what I'm referring to. So you can see we meet Tuesdays and Thursdays from today until October 16th from 9 to 2. No class next Tuesday. Did y'all know that? We get a break already. So next Monday is Labor Day. We figured a lot of us are still on the tail end of Labor Day weekend, all our festivities. So one more day, Tuesday, just to kind of regroup, get us back in the groove of thing with work and life. So I will remind you about this again on Thursday, of course, but no class on Tuesday. There is a midterm. I'm getting ready to talk about that in just 1 second. Please bear with me. The midterm, we're going to take a midterm exam after we finish Unit 6. So there's not much more to say about this right now, except that when we finish Unit 6, the midterm is mandatory. You have to, listen to me, you have to attempt the midterm. Did I just say you have to pass it? No, I said you have to attempt it. It's mandatory that you try. Obviously, we want everybody to pass, but in the event you don't, it's mandatory that you try. So more on that once we get closer to Unit 6. There's a cram course for you guys. I would go ahead and put this in your calendars now so you have this date available. The cram course, as you can see, is the day after you and I finish on the 16th. Ann Rashid is another instructor here with Carolina School of Real Estate, and she's offering this opportunity on the 17th from 10 to 2, just as a last minute is exactly what it's called. Last minute opportunity to cram this information at you to help you get ready for the exam. Obviously, Ann can't do in 4 hours what's going to take us 7.5 weeks to do. So she's going to pick the highlights. She's going to hit the big topics to help you prepare for that end of class exam. Your end of class exam. It opens at 9 a.m. on October 21st, and it is available until 9 p.m. on October 22nd. I need you to put these dates in your calendar today. We will talk more about it. We're not there yet, but I need the dates in your calendar. You have a 2-day window to log on at any time during this window to take your exam. Becky will send instructions. She'll be back in touch. All that's coming. The important thing right now is to get these dates in. So I get asked a lot, you mean I can take my exam at 2 o'clock on Wednesday morning? And the answer is sure. If that's the time that works best for you. Some of you are morning people, some of you are night owls. We all have different circadian rhythms, right? So whatever time is best for you, you can plan on logging on whenever you're most alert, whenever you're ready. Passing for the end of class exam, which we are getting ready to talk about. But passing is a 75%. Should you not pass the final exam, but you make at least a 50%, then you are eligible for the retake. Retake dates are the following Tuesday and Wednesday, October 28th and October 29th. Same time frame, same idea. Again, you guys, please put these dates in your calendar. Maybe you'll need the retake, maybe you won't. I don't know right now. But what I do know is if you need the retake, I want you to have these dates ready. I want you to have this time available. So please, the tentative schedule, once you get the Google Drive from me tomorrow morning, make sure you check out that tentative schedule and spend some time with this piece of paper in your calendar to make sure we all know where we need to be and when within the next couple months. Everybody good with that? Do I have any questions about our schedule? Awesome. Yes, Sandy.
Yeah, so is a cram course mandatory?
No, cram course. Good question. Thank you. The cram course is optional
Okay,
just for you. I'm not going to say it's free because nothing's for free, but it's included in your registration. So you guys have already paid for it. And that's a great question because some of you may have to work, during that time. Maybe you can only come for an hour. Maybe you can come the whole time. I just encourage you guys to try to plan to be here. But no, it's not required. Thank you.
do we get any recording for that in case if we miss it?
I have a recording for a cram course available, not this specific one, but I do have a recording for a cram course that I will send you guys closer to time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on this piece of paper? Again, please, you guys, I'm not going to lie. Most of the questions I get, the answers are on this piece of paper. So if you can spend some time with this piece of paper, we're going to address a lot of your outside of class questions. And hopefully that'll allow us to focus on like the other things like agency contracts, etc. Okay. So Google Drive coming tomorrow and our YouTube channel coming tomorrow. So we have been babbling on and on about these exams. So let's get specific. So this is where we are. You guys are like, whatever, just tell me what I need to do to get a real estate license. And what I need you guys to understand is there are 2 hurdles between you and your real estate license. The first hurdle is you have to complete this class, successfully complete this class to get your certificate of completion. And in order to get your certificate of completion, you have to meet the attendance requirements. We remember how many hours? I can see your mouth move. How many hours can we miss? 15. Anything over that, you have not met the attendance requirements. You have to attempt the midterm that's coming after Unit 6. And then you have to pass the end of class exam with a 75% or better. Once you do these 3 things, you get your certificate of completion from Lane. And then you are eligible to go take your state exam. So guys, what I need us to hear, we've got a lot more to say about all of this, but what I need us to hear right now is there are 2 tests that stand between you and your real estate exam. Our end of class exam and our state exam. My job is to prepare you for the state exam. That's my job. That's what I do for a living. And part of getting you ready for the state exam is to get you through this class, to get you that certificate of completion. So you guys can consider yourself in the throes of step 1 right now. We will talk more about the process. How do you submit your application? Where do you apply to take your state exam? All of that is coming, but I'm going to tell you it's way too early to talk about it now. So we're going to talk about it about halfway through-ish, because I know some of you are ready to get that application started and submitted, but I'm telling you, there's nothing you can do about it right now. So we're going to put this off to the side. Specifically with the 2 tests. As mentioned, the end of class exam, there's 140 questions. This is the one you're doing with Becky and Learn Test Pass. Passing is a 75% or better. You get 4.5 hours to take the exam. You get to use a calculator, which guess what? That means there is math in this class. Did anybody just cringe a little bit when I said that 4-letter word? So I can't believe she just said that out loud to us. Okay, there's math. We're going to talk about the math. We're going to get through the math. I promise you. But guys, there's not enough math to fail you. 140 questions. Y'all want to know how many you have for math? Are you ready? Of the 140 questions, you're going to see 7. That's 5% of your exam. Y'all want to stress out over the math? Everybody shake your head no. We will get through the math, and we're not going to stress out about it in the meantime. You can use the calculator in Learn Test Pass for your exam. They have a built-in calculator on your device that they will let you use as part of the test, part of the program. I encourage you guys now to go get yourself a basic calculator, because this is going to look awfully similar to what you're using on Learn Test Pass, to what you're using for your exams. Yes, for class, you can use the calculator on your phone. But you know what? The calculator on your phone is a lot smarter than the basic calculator you're allowed to use for your test. If it's been a while, look, this takes a minute to learn because we're so used to the one on our phones, we take it for granted. This thing cost me like $6.99. Y'all go to Walgreens or Amazon or wherever you like to go and get yourself a basic calculator. So when we do math together, when you're practicing math outside, you can practice it on the calculator style that you're going to use for the end of class exam and the state exam. And then, as we mentioned, if you do not pass the end of class exam on the first try, but you at least make a 50%, you are eligible for the retake. And we have those dates. We saw those dates earlier. So yay, you've passed the end of class exam. You've gotten your certificate of completion. So now you go on to the state exam. The state exam, you have to make a combined score of 75. But the state exam is broken down into 2 sections. There's the national section, which is like the overall broad picture that covers the whole country. Agents across the whole country are following the national section. And then we have a state section. States do it differently, and North Carolina is no different. So as we go through this class, we identify things that are specific to North Carolina. And those state-specific things make up your state section. Again, 2 sections, 1 score. You have to pass both sections. I'm sorry, you have 2 sections, 2 scores. You have to pass both sections in order to get your license. Much, much, much more on this, just introducing you to it, hopefully letting you know what to expect. Do I have any very basic questions about your 2 tests, those 2 exams? Good. So, intense, complicated, hard. We get it? Guys, keep it simple. I'm not here to teach you everything there is to know about real estate. I'm not going to be able to answer all your questions. I don't have time to answer your questions. Remember, my job is to prepare you for that state exam. So everything we do in this class is all revolved around, you may see this on the state exam. The Real Estate Commission provides us with a syllabus. You do have the syllabus in the welcome section of Learn Test Pass. You're welcome to look at it. But the Real Estate Commission says, if it's testable on the state exam, it's in the syllabus. And I'm telling you guys, this class was written with the syllabus in my hand. So I don't need you to worry about, are we covering? Are we going to we are going to cover what you need to know for your state exam. We are just scratching lots and lots of surfaces in this class. We're introducing you to various big real estate topics to help get you exposed. We're building your foundation, if you will. Once you get licensed, you're going to go out in the real world and you're going to learn how to be a broker. You're going to learn how to do real estate. But step 1, I got to get you through that state exam. Yes, ma'am, Amber.
Hi, sorry, before I forget, Is it possible to obtain more than one state license? Like if you
Yes.
pass one state,
Yes.
do you have to take
So,
both?
so
The
step
national?
one state at a time, North Carolina. Once you get your North Carolina license, you may want to go to South Carolina, Virginia, in which case you need to reach out to the Virginia Real Estate Commission or the South Carolina Real Estate Commission. Because you're already licensed, they may let you in, not have to start over with their pre-licensing, but every state is different. So you'll just need, once you get North Carolina, then you need to reach out to those other specific states about what all you would need to do to get licensed in that state as well.
Thank you.
Anything else so far? So far, so good. Okay. So as mentioned, you guys, my job, I'm the guy on the left. Once you get that license, then you go out and you learn how to be a real estate agent. I am not here to teach you everything. Not all things real estate are located in this itty bitty book, okay? Stay with me, stay focused. We're covering the testable material, again, one step at a time. But a lot of times I just like to set the expectation to make sure we're all on the same page. Because I know sometimes we come in like, oh, we're going to learn how to look at paint samples and we're going to learn how to properly do an open house. Nope, that's not what we're doing here. Our job is to get us through these exams. There's a lot of law and rule that we got to get through to get you your license. So I hope what you're hearing me say is, by the time you leave this class, your puzzle is not complete. I'm not giving you everything real estate. I'm giving you what you need to know to get started. So keep it simple. Please keep it simple and stick with me. I know a lot of you I'm just meeting for the first time, and I just ask that you trust the system. Lane and I have been through this, I don't know how many times, although I've never gone through what I went through this morning with Zoom. So I guess there is a first time for everything. But Lane and I have been through this, and I just ask that you guys trust the system and know that once you get licensed, there's more training and education to follow. This is just the start, just the beginning. The other thing, I love these little girls. Check out these little girls. I have a feeling right now, most of you are the little girl on the left. What I'm trying to tell you is by the time I get done with you, you're going to be feeling like the little girl on the right if you're doing it right. This is what it takes. Tough, tough, tough. Is everybody hearing me? Let's see everybody head bob. You know how many times a week before the exam I heard, well, I didn't think it was going to be that hard. Please listen to me. It's going to be hard. It's going to be tough. So let me ask you guys a couple questions, and you can show me by raising your hand. How many of you have ever bought a home, sold a home, rented a home, or leased a home? How many of you have personal experience with real estate? Quite a few of you. Great. I need you to take your personal experience and put it off to the side for now. I promise you, your personal experience is not going to be on your exam. So let's go ahead and start this out right. There's two worlds I need us to think about. There's real world, which is your experience. And then there's pre-licensing world, which is the world that we need to be in to get you through these exams. So your personal experience is not going to help you. What is going to help you is the book, the Learn, Test, Pass. Again, you guys, this is a lot of law and rule. I'm trying to make it as exciting as I can, but it's not the real world application. So real world versus pre-licensing world. We are in pre-licensing world. Another question. Be honest with me. Where are my HGTV fans? HGTV, where are you? Turn it off. Y'all know that stuff's not real, right? You're not going to show a buyer 3 homes and they're going to pick their favorite, and that's the one they're going to buy. Do yourself a favor for the next couple months and turn it off. That's a great way to mix real world with personal world. I'm sorry, pre-licensing world, real world and pre-licensing world. And if you watch a lot of HGTV, that could be some study time that you could free up for the next couple months as well. So do me a favor and turn it off, please. I get that. You don't watch HTV? No, I don't watch HTV because that stuff isn't real. All right, one more question. How many of you know personally, you could pick up the phone right now and call an active real estate agent, somebody that's licensed, that's active, that is right now showing property? Awesome. They may or may not be able to help you. They're living in real world. They may not remember pre-licensing world. Does that make sense? They may start sharing their real world stories, which may not be conflicting, but may be confusing with what we're doing. Guys, if they took their exam 3-5 years ago, it's different and they don't remember what's on it. So I just caution you to go into your family, your friends, the people that are licensed. Don't let them muddy your water, because what they are telling you, what they are sharing you with today is what they're out doing in the real world today. Does that make sense? Stick with me in pre-licensing world. Stick with me. And all this is for you guys to get a real estate license. This is what all this is. And I want to make sure we see the difference between a license and a certification. Certification, you pay the fees, you show up, you do what they're supposed to, and guess what? You're going to get the certification. License is a legal permit. There's governmental agency. You got to do what's required. And for this, what's required is passing that state exam, passing that end of class exam. So again, everything we do is to get you ready for that so you can get this professional license to get started on your real estate career. Do I have any questions, MJ? Thank you for sharing that. So earlier when Becky was on, I don't know if you guys picked up on something that Becky said. And Becky made the comment, I don't remember exactly, but Becky made the comment about words like never and always. Did you guys hear her mention something about that? What Becky was referring to is something called absolute words. And I need you guys to start paying attention to absolute words when you're taking these practice tests. And examples of absolute words are words that have no wiggle room. Is there any wiggle room whatsoever to the word must? This must happen. So when you're reading especially those answer choices, if you read an answer choice and it says all, and you can think of one exception, then that's not the right answer choice. I want you guys to start looking for these absolute words now because they mean a whole lot. So you may want to jot them down so you have them in your notebook, you have them in front of you. But words like never, only, must, if you can think of one exception or one variation, then that's not the right answer choice. So earlier when I said every single word means something, this is what we were talking about. You got to pay attention. You got to read every single word. Now, yes, that takes time. And yes, your exams are timed. But I promise you, if you start now, you're going to get in the rhythm. You're going to get in that groove. And time shouldn't be an issue. The last thing I have to say, I got one more thing to say. We're going to take a break. And guess what? When we come back from break, we are finally ready to start Unit 1. I feel confident that this day is we're rolling forward. So the last thing I have to say, as mentioned, the whole reason we're here is the governmental agency called the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. And we're going to spend lots of time learning about the commission, what they do and do not do. But for right now, on day 1, I want us to understand the North Carolina Real Estate Commission's main purpose. The commission is not here to give us a license. The commission is not here to help us make lots and lots of money once we are licensed. The main purpose of the Real Estate Commission is to protect the public when they're working with an agent. So what we're doing here is covering what the commission thinks you need to go out there and start working with their public. Your license could be disciplined. We will talk about that. How much trouble are you going to get in? Well, I think a simple answer to that is How badly did you harm their public? Violating laws, violating rules, violating agency, all this stuff that we're going to spend the next couple months talking about is all things that could harm their public and all things that could cause disciplinary action. So I think it's important that we keep this in mind as we go through. I'm not saying the commission isn't here for agents. They are, and they do a lot of things to help us. And we will discuss that as we go. But let's keep their main purpose in mind so we can have that going through under better understanding why we're here in the material. Good enough? All right. So Lane logged out. She said if we have problems, then we'll figure it out. So I'm almost scared to go on break because last time it messed up, but it seems to be working good this last hour. So fingers crossed, everybody cross your fingers and hold your breath. We're going to go ahead and take our next break. I have a timer now, so we can all be clear on how long a 10-minute break is. I think it has a buzzer or something on the end. So if you hear it, you know it's time to get back. So turn your cameras off. Let's take 10. And when we come back, guys, we're ready to go into Unit 1. welcome back. Could you guys hear that? The alarm? Did I just set off some of your cats, dogs, kids? So 10 minutes. Again, I know sometimes you guys look, I get it. 10 minutes goes by fast. So if you find that 10 minutes is getting away from you, I mean, there's always something to do at home, right? Like, let me unload the dishwasher real quick, kind of thing, right? 10 minutes. So if you find 10 minutes getting away from you, set the timer on your phone, 9 minutes and 40 seconds or something, so you know when to start making your way back. So with that being said, we are back. Cameras are on. Make sure your camera is on and make sure I can see you. Some of you have lovely ceilings, but I really want to see you. So I'm going to take our screenshot for attendance. You might see a little flash on your end. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. And I got to do that twice because I got you guys on 2 different screens. Eli, you are in, just in the nick of time. You are all set. Hey, who's ready to get started? Who's ready to just jump right into Unit 1? Are we ready to do this? Here it is, you guys. Unit 1. Some real estate licensing issues for North Carolina. Not really issues, but just thing to know. We're going to talk a little bit more about your licensing process. Some of this we're going to talk about now. Like I said, the big thing we're going to talk about halfway through, but just introducing us to real estate licensing in North Carolina. You may want to make a note. Everything in Unit 1 is going to be a state-specific section. This is licensing in North Carolina. So our objectives for this class, we're going to list and apply the steps necessary to obtain your license. We're going to talk about how you get that. Let me pause here for a second. You guys see section 1, A through B, levels 1 through 2? What does that mean? That's the reference where this material is on the syllabus. So if you're wanting to find this stuff in the syllabus, as you go through my PowerPoints, as we look at these objections, we're going to see where in the syllabus you can find this information. So what you got to do to get your license, what happens when you get your license. There are some activities that require a license and some that do not. So we're going to differentiate between those that do require a real estate license and those that do not. We're going to classify activities that are appropriate for unlicensed people. So there are unlicensed employees out there. When you affiliate with your firms, your office very well might be managed by an unlicensed employee. Some of you, at some point in your career, may decide that you need help and you want to hire somebody to help you out. Doesn't that sound like a good problem to have? So we just need to be aware of how we treat those unlicensed employees. So, little objective, what to expect in this section. So we're going to start with real estate licensing in North Carolina. And yes, this material does come from Unit 1, but a lot of this material also comes from the Real Estate Licensing in North Carolina booklet. You guys have this available to you in Learn, Test, Pass. I believe Lane included this as an attachment when she sent you your welcome email. Welcome to the class. Thank you for registering. I also have this booklet in our Google Drive. So I got the same thing in 3 different places. So it's safe to say wherever you go looking for it, you're going to find it. So a lot of what we're talking about in Unit 1 references the book. When we get, or this book, the Real Estate Licensing in North Carolina, when we get halfway through and we talk about the application process, we're going to come back to this book. So we're actually going to see this booklet twice. But right now, we're just talking about licensing in North Carolina. And as you can see, the steps that you have to take to get your license. So step 1, you guys are in the class. You're going to want to pass the class exam, get your certificate of completion. You submit your application. You go to take your licensing exam. Once you pass your licensing exam, you are an inactive real estate agent that's on provisional status. PB stands for provisional broker. In North Carolina, we're all brokers. We are a broker state. So once you're licensed, you will be on a provisional status. There's more education, there's more training that you have to do before you can become a full-blown broker. I will talk about that more in just a second. Just knowing a little bit that we know, what all do you think we can do on an inactive license? Inactive license, what can you do in real estate? Take a guess. I got some of you
Forward
shaking your head.
information,
You can do what?
forward information.
You could forward stuff. You could act as an unlicensed employee, as an inactive, anything on inactive status, you cannot be engaged in real estate activities. So what I'm telling you is, you get your license, congratulations, you passed your state exam. That license is on inactive status, and guess what? You can't do anything with it. Gee, doesn't that sound good? So there's more steps to follow. There's more steps to follow, and we will get there. To start with the basics. Part of the application, and one thing you're going to find in the real estate licensing in North Carolina booklet, part of your application process, you have to submit a criminal background check. It's available in the same place that you submit your application, so we're all getting the same background check for the same place. It is required to submit with your application, but that background check is only good for 6 months, which is another reason why we're not talking about it just yet. We still have 2 months before you can submit your application. So this is why we're going to hit on that background check. I don't want you guys to order it now. If you come across it and find it, I don't want you to order it now. Rest assured, we will discuss this later on as we get closer to the end. But the reason I bring it up now is because some of you, and I don't want to know about it, but some of you may have a blemish in your past. And if you're concerned about your past, about your record, the Real Estate Commission will allow you to do a predetermination. And the predetermination is something that you apply for before you apply for your license. And it answers the question, based off of my blemish, based off of the criminal background incident that I had, am I still eligible for real estate license? They're not basing it on anything else except that background issue. So if you have a background issue, I encourage you today to reach out to Regulatory Affairs, file the predetermination, the petition for predetermination, and it'll allow them to determine if, again, based on your background check, what might come up on your background check, if you're eligible for an exam. Just because you have a blemish in the past doesn't mean they're going to deny you a license. Have you paid your debt to society? Have you done what the court, the judge asked you to do? They're going to look at all of that, but it's a case by case. So if you fall into this category, again, I encourage you to reach out to Regulatory Affairs. The information is also in the Relink book. You want to make a note. It's in page 14 of the Real Estate Licensing in North Carolina booklet. For the licensing exam, Pearson VUE is the testing center that you will take your state exam with. Learn, Test, Pass. End of class exam is online. So this is specific to your state exam. Pearson VUE testing centers are located all throughout the state. We will, guess what, talk more about that. Once you get your certificate of completion, you submit your application. Upon approval of your application, you get a 180-day exam eligibility, which means from the day you get notice of exam eligibility, you have 180 days to pass both sections. Remember, there's a national section and a state section. And in order to get a license, you got to pass both parts. So here's the good news. You go to the state exam within your 180 days. You go to the state exam and you pass the national section, for example, but you fail the state. As long as you're still within that 180 days, you only have to go back and retake the state. So there's good news. Again, much more on that. After 180 days, you got to start the application process over again. So after 180 days, you will lose whatever you passed, and you'll have to do both sections within your new 180 days. So what you guys are going to hear me say when we get to this point, when we discuss this, do not submit your application until you're ready. Because as soon as you get it back, that 180 days starts, that clock starts ticking. So if we finish class and you feel like you need another couple weeks to review, give yourself that couple weeks before you submit your application. Does this make sense? If you want to go back through the material and you want 2 months to review, don't let that clock tick away at that time. Do not submit your application until you're ready. And remember that certificate of completion you get from Lane at the end of our class? Guess what, y'all? That thing is good for 3 years. So that certificate of completion is good for 3 years. Each application is good for 180 days. 180 days wears out, you got to submit the application. You don't have to retake the class. You only have to worry about retaking the class if you wait more than 3 years. Y'all promise me something. Please don't wait 3 years to take your state exam. Because guys, here's the deal. You're always going to be tested on the current. What we discuss in this class is the current. We could be, a couple months away, a year away from a major rule or law change that could change the material that you're tested on. Does that make sense? You're always going to be tested on the current. So we want you to utilize the time. Again, I'm giving you a bunch of information to think about. Hopefully you can start strategizing and planning your, all right, when I get my license, what am I going to do? How am I going to do it? It's kind of start planning your new career. So as mentioned, you pass your state exam. Congratulations. You are going to be on a provisional status. You're going to be known as a PB. You are on inactive as a PB until you affiliate with a firm and you are under the direct supervision of a broker in charge. As a provisional broker, the only way you can have an active license is if you are under the direct supervision of a broker in charge. Failure to affiliate means your license will remain inactive. Many of you are ready to go. Some of you may even started talking to BICs or different firms, and I think that's great. If you're ready to go, you're probably going to be more willing, more apt to affiliate with a firm right away. Start working with that BIC. Once you're supervised by a BIC, I mean, you can pretty much do anything that a full-blown broker can do because you're under that direct supervision of that broker in charge. Again, we will talk more about this process, more about what you need to know. And in just a minute, we're also going to talk about how you can drop that provisional status where you wouldn't have to be supervised all the time. So more on all that. Questions so far? So now the question is, who really needs a license? And the Real Estate Commission gives us trigger activities, and specifically they give us 3 activities. And what they say is if all 3 of these activities are present, then a license is required. Specifically, the activities are the transfer of real property for others for any form of compensation. All 3 must be present in order for you to need a real estate license. When we talk about the transfer of real property, the activities that we're thinking about, we can remember those by thinking about LL Beans. The activities are list, lease, buy, exchange, auction, negotiate, and sell. By the way, this does cover receiving a referral fee. So transfer of real property for others for compensation. So let's break this down. What about and you can shake your head yes or no. What about a for sale by owner, or what we like to call a FSBO? Does a for sale by owner need to have a real estate license? Shake your head yes or no. Does the FSBO need a license? No, because they're not doing it for others. They're doing it for themselves. If any one of these activities is missing, then a license is not needed. Same thing with a for rent by owner. If you have a property you want to rent, you own it, your name is on the deed. Then you would be doing it for yourself, not for others, and a license wouldn't be required. compensation. This tends to be the problem topic, which is why it's all big and bold. When we think compensation, what do we think of first? Cash money, 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 right? Will you guys write something down for me? When we think of compensation, let's just think of anything of value. It doesn't have to be cash money. Is a trip to the beach at my condo for free this weekend, is that something on value? Is that something of value? Can you put a price tag on that? Which, by the way, I do not have a condo at the beach. I wish I did. But can't you put a price tag on that? What about free lunch, right? Can't you put a price tag on that? So when we say compensation, we're saying you don't have to just be receiving money. You can't receive anything of value. Technically speaking, you could help your BFF buy a house and not receive any form of compensation whatsoever, and you would not need a real estate license. But guys, we are not going to do this for free. If you want to help somebody for free, please call me. I will talk you out of it super quick. Anything of value is that triggering need for the active license. So all three activities, when you see test questions, they're going to give you scenarios, and I need you to go through the scenarios and make sure all three activities are present. And if one is missing, then that doesn't require a real estate license. So let's see. What if payment is from a friend or a family member? As we just mentioned, my parents want to buy a house. You don't get much closer than that, do you? My parents want to buy a house, and they're going to pay me. Do I need a license? You shake your head. Yeah, but guys, they're mom and dad. Are you kidding me? I need a license to help my mom and dad? The North Carolina Real Estate Commission says, you betcha. Friends, family are not immune. We can't help that one person that one time. If we want to do that one time, then we need a license, and specifically that license needs to be on active status. Not everybody, as we've mentioned, though, needs a license. So the for sale by owner, the for lease by owner, the FSBO or the FLRBO do not need a license because they're not doing it for others. We're going to touch very briefly on auction, real estate auction sales in this class, very, very briefly. But with the auctioneer is duly licensed. The auctioneer has an auction license, and they also have a real estate license. The auctioneer may have a crier. Y'all know who the crier is? That's the guy that talks really fast, or the lady that talks really fast that nobody understands, and they're doing the bidding like, hey, I'm just trying to go, I'm gonna, you know, that guy. That would be the crier. The crier does not need a real estate license. The crier just needs an auction license. And yes, they might be one and the same. But if you have an auctioneer and a crier, only the auctioneer needs the real estate license. A partner, a member, an officer, or an employee managing or selling or owning property that is owned by the partner, member, officer, or employee. If it's property you own or property that your corporation that you're working for owns, it's still me working on behalf of them. So it would be seen as a for sale by owner or for a lease by owner. If you have a power of attorney over somebody or any court-appointed administrator, so an executor of a will, maybe a guardianship, for example, once you've been given that power, that court-appointed administrator, you are now acting on behalf of that person, so a license would not be required. And then an attorney in fact. An attorney in fact is somebody that's a member of, an active member of the North Carolina Bar Association. We use attorneys to handle our real estate closings. And those attorneys do not need a license to do their job as a closing attorney. However, if they wanted to help their buddy buy a house or help somebody buy, then they would need a license to do that. But just to do their job as a closing attorney, they would not need that license. So coming into the real estate sales world, now let's not talk about administrative stuff, but coming into the real estate sales world, even property management, maybe commercial sales, commercial leases, it's a wide, wide world out there. You guys, more than likely, once you affiliate with a firm, more than likely, you guys are probably going to be independent contractors. Your firm does not hire you. You affiliate with the firm. As an independent contractor, who is your boss? And you can all show me. As an IC, who is your boss? You. So you come home today, have a bad day because your boss just really ticked you off. You really need to go in the mirror, don't you? Because you are your boss. So as an independent contractor, most real estate brokers out there doing sales are going to come in as independent contractors. We're going to affiliate with the firm. As an independent contractor, I have control over my schedule. Nobody can tell me, all right, you're going to come in the office Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, take lunch at 12. I have control over my own schedule. And when that sounds nice, you need to be dedicated. You need to be disciplined. You need to make sure that you're working. Now, with all that, I say, as future provisional brokers, your BIC may have tighter control over your schedule. Your BIC may say, we want you to come in for training. You guys always have a choice. You don't have to affiliate with that firm. If that broker in charge expects you to be in the office at certain times and do certain things, then maybe that's not the firm for you. I want you guys to find the right fit for you. So we're going to talk about interviewing. I want you guys to talk to 2 or 3 different firms before you settle on one. So you can see how different they are. You can see which one is the best fit for you. Also, as an independent contractor, compensation is based on performance. And in real estate transactions, y'all, if it doesn't close, I don't get paid. How do I get paid? When it closes. I don't get paid every week. I don't get paid. I get paid as a real estate agent, as a sales agent. I get paid when I've performed. I get paid when it closes. Independent contractors do not get W-2s. Independent contractors get 1099s. The difference, 1099, they do not withhold taxes. So when you get paid, you get everything. But guess what, y'all? The end of the year, Uncle Sam is standing there with his hand out going, sweet, you had a good year? Give me my cut. So I need you guys to be, and is anybody currently an independent contractor in another profession? I see somewhere else, a few of you. So you know about paying those taxes things, or at least setting some aside throughout the year so you can make sure you can pay Uncle Sam at the end of the year. If this is your first year as an independent contractor, if this is your first year as a real estate agent, I strongly recommend that you talk to a good tax accountant, one that is proficient in real estate with independent contractors, one that can help you determine how much of your salary to set aside to be able to pay taxes at the end of the year. How much can you set aside for advertising and marketing? You still got to pay yourself. The business you has to pay the personal you. So there's a lot of things that happen with that commission check when you get it. And I strongly recommend you guys talk to a tax accountant so we can make sure that you are saving enough and you're taking advantage of all the tax benefits that might be available to you. So if we compare the IC, independent contractor, to the W-2 employee, the employer sets the schedule again, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. You take lunch at 12:30 to 1:30. The employee's on a W-2, which means they get paid every 2 weeks, regardless if we had a closing or not. The W-2 pays the employee every 2 weeks, hourly or salary. The employee also gets benefits like vacation time, sick time. Guys, it's simple. As an independent contractor, if I take this week off, because I can, because I work for me, so I want to take the whole week off, you know how much I'm going to get paid in 4 to 6 weeks from now? a big fat 0. So if I want to get paid in 4 60 weeks from now, I got to work this week and I got to set my own schedule. Does that make sense? My BIC, your BICs are amazing and your BICs are there to help you. But as an independent contractor, my BIC is not calling me every day and saying, Julie, did you make your phone calls today? Julie, did you send your emails today? As an independent contractor, that's all on me. They're helping. They're very, very helpful, but they're not doing it for you. So that gives us a taste. Questions on the difference of the independent contractor and the employee?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm trying to read for an answer, but is it possible to be an independent contractor and employed by a broker?
Sure. So they have employee or employees, we'll call them administrators. Some admins are licensed, some are not. So you might be able to affiliate to be hired by a firm in an administrative role, and then they might let you dabble in sales. It's just a matter of finding that firm that's the right fit for you. So you just may need to find it. Let me go ahead and say this now. Again, this is going to be another one of those things you guys hear me say over and over and over again. Every single firm is different. So the best thing I have, the best piece of advice I can tell you guys is to talk to a couple and find which one's the best fit for you. Every single firm is different. The real estate commission sets the parameters, and the firm is free to operate however they want within those parameters. Thank you, Amber. So what's all this mean? Well, your goals, step 1 is to get your real estate license. Let's all agree with that. Y'all, please don't put your cart in front of your horse. Step 1 is to get your real estate license. At some point in the next month or 2 months or 3 months from now, you may want to start thinking about firms, interviewing firms. And again, please always remember, you're not being hired. Going into sales, you're not being hired by the firm. You are affiliating. Thinking about, as an independent contractor, you have your own business. And once you affiliate with a firm, you're plugging your business into the firms. They're there to offer support. They're there to offer help. They may offer training. They're there to offer you things. But as an IC, you're plugging your business into the firms. You're affiliating with them. So again, just tuck that in the back of your brain somewhere. Have you talked to 2 or 3? Some of you may have decided where you want to go already, and I think that's great. But my rhetorical question to you is, what does it hurt to talk to somebody else? What does it hurt? Think about that. So we've talked about the independent contractor, the sales piece of it. Also very, very involved in real estate transactions are our unlicensed assistants or our unlicensed employees. If you affiliate with a larger firm, there's a good chance that the staff that's there every day taking care of you is not licensed. And if so, they are very limited in what they can do as far as the real estate commission goes. The unlicensed assistant is regulated by their employing broker. So if the firm hires the assistant, the firm is responsible for their actions. Earlier, I said, you all might reach a point in your career where you need help. Isn't that a good problem to have? So you hire somebody to work 10, 12 hours a week for you. You are responsible for their actions, whomever the employing broker is. The real estate commission can only regulate licensees. They can only regulate us once we're licensed. So for that unlicensed employee, the only one that they have to discuss any actions that aren't allowable is to the employing broker, to the one with the license. So there are a list of things that the unlicensed employee can do. We're going to look at that in just a second. There's also some things that the unlicensed employee cannot do. So we're going to look at that, talk about the specific list about what your unlicensed employee can do. Right now, the unlicensed employee, one of the biggest differences, the unlicensed employees can't receive compensation. That unlicensed employee can only be paid hourly or salary. Remember our triggering events? Transfer of real property for others for compensation. And those three activities. So the unlicensed employee is hourly or salary. If you're hiring somebody to work for you 10 hours a week, then you pay them for 10 hours a week, regardless if you had a closing this week or not. So we are looking at that real estate licensing in North Carolina booklet. Again, put this on your to-do list. There's testable material in this book, and then there's how do I submit my application in this book. So I encourage you to look it over. I'm not going to look at the whole thing right now, but I am going to kind of skip ahead. We're going to fast forward. Because this booklet, wrong booklet, I'm sorry. Forget what she just said. Another booklet I have that I'm not introducing you guys to today. We will meet this later. But another booklet I have gives us a very specific list of the permitted activities of the unlicensed employee. Again, we'll introduce this book to you later, but there's already some good stuff in here now. So the permitted activities of the unlicensed employee, and if we look at the next page here, it gives us a very specific list of what the unlicensed salaried employee can do. You can receive and forward phone calls and emails. You can submit listings and changes to the listing service, to the multiple listing services, as long as the information that the unlicensed employee is adding is given to them, provided to them by their employing broker. So it's data entry only. Employing broker hands you a piece of paper and says, put this in the system for me. It's data entry only. The unlicensed employee can secure copies from the public records. They can put for sale signs or for rent signs, lock boxes, combo boxes on the property. They can order and supervise repairs. They can play courier, so they can pick up and deliver documents, various things. The unlicensed employee can provide basic information to a member of the public. So if you have your unlicensed employee answering the phone and somebody is calling specifically about your listing on 123 Main Street, the unlicensed employee can give basic information about that property. A good rule of thumb, if you can find it on Zillow, then they can talk about it. They can address it. If you can't find it on Zillow, the unlicensed employee needs to turn it over to their employing broker and let them address it. The unlicensed employee can schedule appointments for showings. They can communicate with everybody, licensees, property owners, inspectors, etc. The unlicensed employee can show properties for rent. Make a note of that for me. Can the unlicensed employee show properties for sale? No, just for rent. So, shake your head yes or no. Could your unlicensed employee do your open house for you on Sunday? No, because that open house is a property for sale. Everybody with me? We've probably, some of us may have been to one of these large apartment complexes, trying to rent an apartment, and somebody in the front office puts you in a golf cart and takes you around and shows you around the complex. You guys know, familiar with the process, right? There's a really good chance that person driving the golf cart is not licensed. And they don't have to be, because they're showing their apartment for rent. They're showing those properties for rent. The unlicensed employee can type up offers, contracts, leases. We can fill in pre-printed forms as long as the information is provided to them by the employing broker. They can record and deposit in a trust account, also known as an escrow account. We will talk about that. They can assist the licensee in assembling documents for closing, and then they can compute, disperse commission checks, after handle the bookkeeping, that kind of stuff. So the list is pretty specific about what the unlicensed employee can do, keeping those couple things in mind. Can't show properties for sale, can't be paid a commission. Questions on these activities? By the way, the booklet we're looking at, there's two. There's two we're going to spend time in. So the Relink book, which we're in for Unit 1. And then this is License Law and Rule Comments. We're going to officially meet this in Unit 3. I'm just easing you guys in. But just kind of tuck this in the back of your brain somewhere. If you can't wait till Unit 3, this is available in our Google Drive. And you also have it Learn Test Pass. But eventually we're going to spend some time with this. So if you want to go ahead and take a peek at it, you're welcome to. Questions about our unlicensed employees? As we're kind of seeing here, things vary a little bit. If your unlicensed person is in the sales world or in the property management rental world. I will go ahead and tell you that this class is heavy on the residential sales world because I have a feeling that's where most of us go once we're done here. Keep in mind, there are other worlds available. Property management is a world. I got a whole unit dedicated to property management, which is Unit 13. So for those of you going into property management, we got you covered. Another world to consider might be the commercial world, sale and a lease in the commercial world. So thinking about these different avenues, thinking about these different options, we're just getting your gears started. But property managers, you do have a little bit more flexibility with your unlicensed employee than a sales agent would. I'm just curious, how many of you, is anybody thinking property management? Heading that route? Nobody. Maybe one? Maybe one. She's going, absolutely not. I hear you. Commercial? Is anybody thinking commercial? Couple of you, maybe. I think some of you are thinking, dang, Julie, let me get my license first and then I'll figure it out. I hear you. But again, things for you guys to start thinking about, all the while not putting your cart before your horse. Any questions so far?
Sorry, I have a question. I don't know if it's obtainable or is there anything that serves as like a conflict of interest when you're a licensed broker? Like, let's say, for instance, if I want to go into flipping houses, I flip them, I buy them, I fix them, and I flip them. Could I sell them as an independent contractor?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. We do have some conflicts of interest that relate to agency in our day-to-day practice, as far as having other interests and everything. You know, the big thing with that, Amber, would be disclosure. Let the parties know up front, not only going to flip your home, but when we're done with flipping it, then I'm going to put it on the market and list it. You know, y'all may want to write that down. Full disclosure. That's big in this industry. Disclose. Y'all, we don't have many secrets. So as we start going through, you're going to hear disclose. And that would just be a big part of it, Amber, just letting them know up front, this is what I'm capable of doing for you. And then letting them know, let them decide if they want to use you for both. Yep. All right, let's put our thinking caps on. And y'all are welcome to type in the chat, whatever you want to do, whatever's easier. I'm good with head bobs. Yes, no, whatever you want to do. But let's see what we got here. You have somebody selling their home. Doesn't specify that it's an agent, it's just a home seller selling their home. And they go out in the world and they advertise $2,000 to anyone that sends a buyer. That's not specific to real estate agent, is it? It is to anyone that sends me a buyer. And they're going to put flyers up in public places for the world to see. I'm sure they're on social media advertising this as well. My yes, no question to you is, can they do that? And I got people shaking their heads no. And I got to say, I agree. Because if they're paying anyone that brings a buyer, they're paying, good chance they're paying somebody unlicensed. And in order to receive compensation, you have to have that real estate license. So the public, for example, this home seller may not know the rules. But now that we're licensed, or once we are licensed, we do. So we can help, a big part of what we do is help educate the public and various things, various transactions. So in this case, yes, they could not promote that. Now they said 2,000 to any broker that brings me a buyer. Now we're in business. Now we can do that. But to put that kind of advertisement out for the world, they're offering to pay unlicensed people, which we now know isn't allowed. What about this one? Up to 2 months rent free. Move in today. All you have to do is click here. So 2 months free rent when you sign a 12-month lease. My question to you is, yes or no, does the tenant need a license? Man, I can't get you guys. The answer is
No?
no, because the tenant is doing it for themselves. They're not doing it for another tenant. They're doing it for themselves. So there's triggering activities, there's triggering events. Real property for others for compensation. If you're doing it for yourself, like receiving 2 months free rent when you sign a lease, that's all for you. A license is not required. When you're trying to pay somebody else, like anyone that brings you a buyer, a license would be required. Questions? I know I'm just a few minutes early from break, but we got to start the next section when we get back. So let's go ahead and take 10. We come back, we're going to keep going in unit 1. we're back. Cameras are coming back on. And gotcha. So let me do our screenshots. Shirley, you're in. I got you. All right. Trucking right along. Still in Unit 1. Only this time in this next section, we're going to talk about more some of those license categories, what your different license category may be and how you get there. So we're going to define those categories. Your license may be current or expired. It may be active or inactive. So we're going to talk about what you can or cannot do under various license status and what we want you guys to have so you can maintain your license status. Explaining the steps necessary to obtain and maintain that active license. And then we're going to talk about your broker in charge. A question came in. My chat's new to me, you guys, so I apologize. Back to what we were talking about here. The question came in the chat. What if you are the FSBO that's given the $2,000? The problem is you're offering to pay somebody that's not licensed. So if you're the FSBO, or if you do have, maybe you are working with an agent, you go rogue. The issue here is you are paying somebody that's not a license. So yeah, that's not allowed. Okay. Yes, of course. And then talking about that broker in charge. Okay. So the different license types, as I mentioned earlier, North Carolina is a broker state, which means we're all brokers. Real quick, if you go into other states, you may come across sales associate and broker. But North Carolina, we skip that sales associate mess and we just make everybody a broker. What separates us is the different category. So you guys are here to be PBs or provisional brokers. Once you drop that provisional status, which that is coming, once you drop that provisional status, then you're a non-provisional broker, also known as a full broker or just a broker. Most of us live the rest of our career as a broker, non-PB, full broker, whatever you want to call it. Some may choose to go on to become the broker in charge or the boss. Some of you may want to be the BIC one day. So we'll talk about how you can achieve BICdom. I'm telling you right now, you got to have some experience, so you're a couple years away from that, one step at a time. In addition to the individuals, the firm has to have a real estate license as well. The firm follows the same license law and commission rule that the individual does. And then we may have, just briefly, a limited non-resident commercial agent. We'll see a little bit more about that in just a second. So let's talk first about the firm license. And as a firm, whether you need a license or not. And the answer to this depends on how you set your firm up. So if you set your firm up as a sole proprietorship, you do not need a firm license. There are some restrictions. There are many restrictions to be in a sole proprietorship, which we will discuss in a second. If you're not going to be a sole proprietorship, then whatever you're setting up, if you're going to set it up, if you want your own one day, if you're going to be a partnership, a corporation, or an LLC, then you have to have a firm license. With a firm license comes a requirement to have a broker in charge. I have to have one BIC under every roof, under real estate roof. We also have the need to have something called a qualifying broker. The qualifying broker is responsible for the firm. The broker in charge is responsible for the brokers within the firm. So again, some of you may be thinking about opening your own business one day, and I think that's great. We just need to know right now that if you're going to be a partnership, an LLC, or a corporation, then you have to also have a real estate firm license. Sole proprietorships are a little bit different. The question is, does a sole proprietor need to be a BIC or do they need to get a BIC? And the answer is really no. There's a couple activities that require the sole proprietor to be a BIC, but technically speaking, if you want to be a sole proprietor out on your own, again, you do have restrictions. The partnership, the LLC, or the corporation, as we decided, does have to have a firm license. So as a sole proprietor, yes, sir. Hey, Ricky. Ricky, I see your mouth moving, but I'm not getting any, and you're on mute. You're not muted. So I'm not sure why.
How about that?
That's great. Hey, Ricky.
Okay. Okay. What would be some of the businesses that a sole proprietor might engage in versus a firm, corporation,
So
partnership?
I'm glad you asked. As a sole proprietor, the question is, do I need a BIC or I need to affiliate a BIC? And the various actions, the various activities. If you are going to maintain a trust account, also known as an escrow account, you need a BIC or you need to be a BIC. Not all brokers or firms have to maintain a trust account. We dance all around the trust account until we get to the very last unit. And then we hit trust account pretty hard in unit 15. But for right now, let's just say the basic definition of a trust account is an account that holds somebody else's money. So as a broker or a firm, you only need a trust account if you plan on holding somebody else's money. If you're not going to hold deposits, for example, then you don't need a trust account. So you very well could be a sole proprietor without a trust account. If you do get a trust account, that's going to trigger the need for a firm license, and to get a BIC or become a BIC. The other or another caveat of being a sole proprietor, and this is the big one. As a sole proprietor that's not a firm, you cannot market or advertise your services. Huge restriction. Can we agree? Y'all, as a sole proprietorship without a BIC, I can't give out a business card. So who is the sole proprietorship? They're the ones, the retired real estate agent. They're the ones that has that book of business. You want to keep an active license, but you're not out soliciting. You're not out trying to get the business. You're not marketing or advertising your services in any way. That right there is why most of us are firms. Because what kind of business are you going to grow if you can't market or advertise? You can't do any social media postings about your services. Again, you can't hand out a business card. I'm going to say a little bit more about that in just the next slide. The other caveat with a sole proprietorship, what's the word sole tell us? How many is sole? Sole is just one. So if you want to bring somebody else on with you, you are no longer sole, and you either need to be a BIC or affiliate with a BIC. Get you a BIC or become a BIC. So most of what's happening with these sole proprietors, most of us are a firm. Most of what's happening with these sole proprietors, what's stopping more from becoming sole proprietors is that advertising piece, that marketing piece. As long as, I mean, that's my retirement plan right there. Again, I've been at this for 24 years. I have a book of business. And when I retire, I'm going to turn my book of business over to somebody and say, here you go. And whenever you get business from my book of business, I get a referral fee. That's my retirement plan. Doesn't that sound nice? Just walk out to the mailbox or direct deposit, whatever, and just collect my referral fee. I will set myself up as a sole proprietor so I can receive those referral fees. So don't discount that book of business that you guys are going to grow. That's worth something. When it comes to advertising, again, if you're going to market or advertise yourself in any way, you have to have a firm. You have to be a firm license, either be a BIC or get you a BIC. So handing out a business card, any kind of oral offer, you know, going up to somebody at a party and saying, I have a real estate license and I can help you buy or sell. Is that not marketing or advertising? Watch out what we say on websites, social media. You can't go on social media and say, hey, I can help you. I can list your home. You're marketing or advertising, and that would need a BIC or be BIC. Old school newspaper, yellow pages, if y'all know what that is. If not, don't worry about it. So with that thick affiliation, again, if you're marketing a property for sale, if you're marketing a property for rent, I mean, a yard sign, a for sale sign is a big promotion for me, right? Because I'm letting everybody that drives by know I got a home for sale. Usually included is going to be my firm, my name, my phone number, my email. I want you to reach out to me about my listing, and that is marketing or advertising. So as a sole proprietor, what can you do without being a BIC or getting you a BIC? Referrals. There's your friends and family. There's that book is business. As long as you're not soliciting, the rule of thumb is your business comes from those that should reasonably know that you have a real estate license. We're back to mom and dad again, aren't we? Significant others, BFFs, things like that. Those that could reasonably know that you have a license, but we're not promoting or advertising. All you're doing is collecting those referral fees. Another license category we briefly mentioned, the full official name for it is the Limited Non-Resident Commercial License. That's a mouthful, isn't it? So let's break this down. Limited means we're only doing a small amount of transactions. Non-resident means you do not live in the state of North Carolina. Commercial is non-residential. So here's the deal. You are actively licensed in another state, and you want to come to North Carolina to do 1 or 2 commercial transactions. The state of North Carolina will let you in with a limited non-resident commercial license. You have to be sponsored by a North Carolina broker. Doesn't have to be a BIC, but you have to be sponsored. And I've heard recently they started making the limited non-resident commercial licensees take our continuing education also to make sure that they're familiar with how we do things here in North Carolina. So just another license status, the individual broker, the firm, and then the non-resident commercial broker from another state. So we've talked about the firm and the non-resident commercial license. So let's talk about me and you. Let's talk about the individual broker. First off, our license status is the individual broker. Your license may be current or expired. The difference in the two is all about the money. You guys like play on words? Write down a play on word for me. When you see the word current, the word I really want you to see is currency. If your license is current, it is because you have paid the renewal fee. The North Carolina Real Estate Commission operates on a physical year. Their year is July 1st to June 30th. Every single year, our licenses expire unless we pay the renewal fee. I have a window of 45 days to pay the renewal fee. This year and last year, and I can't remember for how many years now, the renewal fee has been $45. And yes, that is subject to change. But as far as I can remember, it's been $45. So somewhere in these 45 days, we pay that $45. Paying the renewal fee makes my license current because I have shown them the money. Failure to pay the renewal fee by 11:59 p.m. on June 30th means at the stroke of midnight on July 1st, my license is expired. So everybody, the firm, the broker, everybody expires at 11:59 p.m. on June 30th unless we renew it. And how do we renew it? We show them the money. Show them that renewal fee. Life
Happens
happens.
if you
Yes, ma'am.
fail.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, what happens if you fail to pay that renewal fee? Do you have to
So
go back
failure
take
to
the
pay the
test?
renewal fee means that your license is expired. So if you don't pay the renewal fee, your license is expired. So now the question is, how do I reinstate an expired license? And the answer is, it depends on how long it was expired. So if you have been expired for less than 6 months, you wake up on July 1st and go, are you kidding me? I didn't pay my renewal fee. You're cool. You pay the renewal fee, you pay a reinstatement fee, also $45. So for 90 bucks, poof, you're back up and running. And guess what? That's probably a mistake you will not make again. So less than 6 months, you pay the 2 times of the fee. If you're expired for more than 6 months, but less than 2 years, you're going to pay the renewal fee, you're going to pay the reinstatement fee, and then you're going to get caught up if you have any missing education, continuing education, for example. We'll talk about CE in just a second. If you are expired for more than 2 years, you get to start all over on day 1 in pre-licensing. Your slate gets wiped clean. Guys, here's the deal. Sometimes we come to a fork in the road in life. Sometimes we need a break from real estate, maybe to start a family, take care of aging parents, right? There's all sorts of things in life that can come up. And you may be at that decision, at that fork in the road of your life, where you're trying to decide if you're going to stick with real estate or if you're going to go in a different direction. And unless you're sure, even if you're 99.5% sure, I still recommend paying the renewal fee to keep a current license. You can ride the rest of your life on a current license and never practice. But to renew that license, you send in that $45 every year. And that's the only surefire way I can keep you out of pre-licensing once you get that license. Does that make sense? The last class I taught pre-pandemic, I had two that were in the class because their license had expired for more than 2 years. And they said, I don't know why I did that, but here they are starting all over. Again, that would have been like 2019, something like that. I still check in on them every once in a while. And yeah, they're both still up and running and active. They've learned their lesson not to go through this again. So if nothing else, it's worth sending in the $45 every year to keep that license current until you decide for 112% that you're done with real estate. Does that make sense? You got to be sure. Otherwise, Lane and I will see you again in a couple years. Once your license is current, you've paid the fee. Now the next question is, my current license active or inactive? It's current because you've paid the fee. The next step is to determine if that current license is active or inactive. And the difference is whether or not you're open for business or closed. When we just said you could ride the rest of your life on a current license, that could be on an inactive current license, just maintaining that fee in case you decide to get back into real estate. Whether you're open or closed or business, if you're a provisional broker, you have to be affiliated with a broker in charge. You do not have to be affiliated as a full broker. More on that. And the second piece to an active license is whether or not you have satisfied your education requirements. So there's post-licensing education, there's continuing education. Like we said, this is just the day 1, first day of it. So back up. You go to the state exam, you pass the state exam, they say, congratulations. The Real Estate Commission will mail you your real estate license. That real estate license is on inactive bit status until you affiliate with a firm and become active. So as a provisional broker, you are inactive to start. If you affiliate with a firm, that's how you activate that new license. So what's with this education we're talking about? First off, if you do let your license go inactive, all you have to do is pay the fee. You don't have to do any education on inactive. If you choose to reactivate and you haven't done any education, they may make you get caught up. So you could do your CE, you could do your continuing education on an inactive license just to satisfy that education requirement. If you think you're going to go active again one day, consider doing CE like every other year. And then when you do want to activate, you don't have that education deficiency. In addition to your license, the Real Estate Commission, every year that you renew, the Real Estate Commission issues your pocket card. So this is my pocket card for this year, July 1st to June 30th. Tell me I'm good through June 30th, 2026. And note here what this says: real estate license renewal and reinstatement. So the only thing this pocket card tells you is that I have paid the fee. I have a current license for this period. I have renewed. When we renew, we pay the fee. So we said that renewal period is May 15th to June 30th. You say, well, what if I get my license on May 11th? Do I have to renew? And the answer is yes, because here's our absolute word: all licenses expire at 11:59 p.m. on June 30th. All of them, even if you're brand new and you just got it on May 11th. Everybody with me? Let's see, this class we're going to finish in October. So hopefully you guys will probably be, end of the year, first of the year, maybe even spring when you're testing. So just keep that in mind. May 15th, 2026 will be your first renewal period. Even if you get your license on May 14th, the renewal period starts on May 15th. Questions on that? And by the way, you'll get emails and notifications, and your BIC will be all over you. You can't. It's really hard to remember to renew. It's really hard to forget to remember to renew. My PBs. I call you guys my brokers with training wheels. As a provisional broker, you can ride your bike. You just got to do it with training wheels. As a provisional broker, you got to be under that affiliation of a broker in charge. So once you pass your state exam, as we said, your license status is active or inactive, excuse me. Once you pass your exam, your license status is inactive. A broker becomes active when they affiliate. So once you sign up with a firm, sign up with a broker in charge, they will activate your license. They are taking you under their wing. Look, y'all, I spent time the first hour talking about how I'm not here to teach you everything there is about real estate, which means once you get licensed, you still have more to learn. They're not going to hand you a license and let you run amok on the street without any supervision. Remember, the commission's main purpose is to protect the public. So they're going to make sure we're educated. We have the tools and we have the knowledge. If you want to be active as a PB, you've got to affiliate with a firm. So now the next question is, how do I drop that provisional status? How do I become just a broker? And the answer to that is more education. You guys are in pre-licensing. We also have post-licensing. Post-licensing has to be complete within 18 months of the licensure. The date on your real estate license starts your 18-month clock. And within that 18 months, you have to finish 3 30-hour post-licensing classes. Once you're licensed, you have 90 additional hours. The post-licensing classes, brokerage relationships and responsibilities, which is just a fancy way of saying agency, which is our Unit 3. Unit 3 is deep. Unit 3 is heavily tested. Do not ignore Unit 3. Once we teach you what we need to teach you about broker relationships, then you go on to post-licensing and you expand, you learn more. Another post class is contracts and closings, the contract to closing process. Let's see, those are our units 8 and 11. So again, we're scratching surfaces on contracts and closings in this class. You'll go on to post licensing and get more education, 8 and 11. And then the other post licensing is North Carolina Law and Rule, which is our state specific section. Primarily can be found in Unit 15. So we're scratching surfaces. We're introducing you to topics, and we're going to get into some deep topics, but we're still not covering everything. We're still going to leave something for you to learn once you get your licenses, you get out there in the real world, starting to work with buyers and sellers. You just have to finish all 3. You don't have to do them in any required order. As long as you get all 3 done within 18 months. Yes, there is a test at the end of each 3 that you have to pass. But everybody, please listen to me. Post-licensing is not near as intense as pre. The hard part is getting through pre. Once we get you through pre, post is pretty simple. Now, with that being said, I always tell, when I do post-licensing, I always tell my post-licensing students to channel their inner pre-licensing student. And if you're signing up for 301 and you know you really struggled with agency in pre, then I need you to put a little bit more time into it in post to get you through. Does that make sense? You guys come into post knowing your areas of weakness and what you may or may not need to spend more time on. So just keep this in mind. And please make sure you have written down that all 3 of these must be complete within 18 months of licensure. Questions on post-licensing? Failure to complete these 3 within your 18 months means that you will be inactive until you get it done. Whether or not you're affiliated, whether or not you're in the throes of a transaction, failure to complete these 3 within 18 months means that your license will be inactive until you get them done. Each one, like I said, is 30 hours, 2 to 3 weeks is what most schedules run that you can get through them. Please don't wait 18 months, you guys. Just get it done, put it behind you, and you don't have to worry about it. Also, the longer you wait, the more you forget about this stuff. So if you do it sooner rather than later, you can knock out post while it's still freshish in your mind. Questions on that? So pre-licensing, you know, guys have now post-licensing to look forward to. The other education that the Real Estate Commission provides us is CE. We have CE that we have to do every year to maintain our license. There's 2 CE classes. There's a 4-hour update. Maybe it's the general update. If you're a broker in charge, then you're going to take the BIC update. All of us, regardless of your status, have a 4-hour update. That update class is the same material across the whole state. It's the Real Estate Commission one opportunity a year to help educate all of us across the state. In addition to the 4-hour update, we also have to do a 4-hour elective every year. and the elective is a topic of your choosing. There are a cajillion, no joke, elective classes approved. So what I say to you is when it comes time to doing your elective, find a topic that can support and grow your business. If you want to learn about first-time home buyers or working with seniors or green housing, there's an elective course for that. So 2 birds, 1 stone, right? You know you have to do it anyway. Find one that can support your business, help grow that business. Please write for me. All CE is due by June 10th, every single year. June 10th, June 10th, June 10th. There are no extensions. Failure to complete CE by June 10th. Let's assume you've paid the fee. Pay the fee, your license is current. The next question is, did you do CE? Failure, you've paid the fee, but failure to do CE by June 10th means that on July 1st, your license is inactive. So at least you get, what, a 20-day window there to try to tie up loose ends. You're still active for 20 days, but that June 10th is a hard deadline, and that's the commission's deadline. There's like 60 some people that work at the commission. There's like 100,000 licensees in the state of North Carolina. This is when they're processing all of our renewal fees, all of our renewals, the firms, the schools, the instructors, everybody is renewing. So they have to cut CE off on June 10th to make sure that they get everything processed. Y'all want some good news? Your first renewal period, you don't have to take CE. So whenever you get your license, everybody listen to me, whenever you get your license, I want you to sit down with a calendar and I want you to look. When is the first time you hit the renewal period? May 15th. That year, that first time you hit the renewal period, you don't have to do CE. The thinking here is you just got out of pre, you're probably close to post, you have the current. So they give you a year off. Isn't that nice? Year 2, the next time you hit the renewal period, you got to do CE. Year 3, year 4, etc. You just get that first year off. Questions on that? So as mentioned, failure to complete either, again, assuming you've paid the fee, means your inactive status, you are closed for business until you get caught up on that CE or until you finish post-licensing. I am here to help you guys get your license. I'm also here to help you keep your license once you get them. So every year, once you get past your first year, every year after that, you have to pay the fee and do CE. Fee and CE. See how that rhymes and everything. And quite frankly, guys, as far as license boards go, we get off really lucky. You look at like the nursing licensing board and some of their criteria, they got to do like, I don't know, like lots of CE hours. We pay $45 and we take 8 hours every year. And that's all we have to do to have an active license for the rest of our lives. How about that? Getting it is the hard part. Keeping it should not be. Questions on that? Anything with CE or post? We mentioned if the entity needs a BIC and a qualifying broker, again, the BIC is responsible for the brokers. The qualifying broker is responsible for the firm. They can be one and the same. You could have one individual acting as the QB and the BIC. They could also be 2 different individuals. So the QB, while all brokers in the state of North Carolina are renewing their licenses, the QB is responsible for renewing the firm's license. The QB is responsible for making sure that the firm's license status is active. Because if the firm loses their active status, that affects all the brokers that are affiliated with the firm. As a full broker, I'm going to remain active if my firm's license goes inactive. As a PB, what's going to happen to your license status? You're going back to PB. You got to be supervised by that BIC. Back to inactive, I should say. So when your BICs, they're a little annoying about it. Did you renew? Did you do your CE? Yes. Take me off your list, please. I'm all good. But when they start nagging at you a little bit, turn the script around. I did my CE and fee. Did you do yours? Did the firm renew their license? Let's help each other out and make sure we all stay active so we can stay in business. So I think we're good on this. All PBs have to be supervised by a broker in charge. Again, as you guys are interviewing different firms, I want you to make sure you have a good connection, a good rapport relationship with the broker in charge, because they're pretty much going to be in your back pocket throughout this, throughout your provisional broker status. They may allow you to monitor or mentor with a seasoned agent, or they may take you on themselves. Either way, the BIC is directly responsible for the provisional broker. If the provisional broker gets themselves in trouble with the real estate commission, they will take their BIC down with them. As a full broker, if I get myself in trouble with the commission, I may or may not take my BIC down. It just depends. So as a PB, it's a huge responsibility for the BIC to take you on, for the BIC to take you under their wing. And maybe some of you choose to remain on inactive status, drop the provisional status, and then affiliate with a firm. And that's fine. You can do either way. But I want you guys to have somebody with you, somebody assisting you and guiding you and supervising you through your first couple transactions. Working with buyers, working with sellers, working through those a few times. So as a newly licensed agent, whether you're starting as a PB or you're going to drop that provisional status and start as a full broker, you still need some good training. You need some good guidance. I mean, again, we're heavy residential sales. Have y'all seen some of those price tags on some of those homes? There's some hefty price tags out there, right? And we're out there assisting buyers and sellers through this transaction. A lot of what they do is based on my recommendations. So I need to know what I'm talking about. I need to know that I can best guide them. Because you guys, when you buy a house, this isn't Amazon. There's no 60-day return on a house. When you buy a house, congratulations, folks. It's yours. And it's my job to help them get them through this transaction. And that's why we're here. So make sure you like your BIC when you're interviewing. Make sure you and your BIC get along, or whomever they're going to have you work with, because they're going to be close. Speaking of the BIC, what do you have to do to become a BIC? Again, some of you want to have your own business one day, and I think that's awesome. But just understand you're a couple years out. We got to get you some experience first. So how do you become a broker in charge? Well, first off, you have to have an active license, not provisional status. So you got to have that provisional status removed. In addition to the license status, you have to have some experience. So maybe you have 2 years full-time or the equivalent of that part-time within the last 5 years. You have to have at least 2 years experience or an exceptional experience. So maybe you are licensed in another state. By the way, if you have an active real estate license in another state, please reach out to Lane or I to discuss. We want to make sure you are supposed to be here. So you have experience or you get experience. At a minimum, you guys are 2 years out from being a BIC. So you drop that provisional status, you have an active license, you get some field experience, you're actually out there working with buyers and sellers. And then the third piece to be a BIC, there's a 12-hour BIC course. So once you check off these 3 criteria, then you are BIC eligible. BIC eligible. Once you're BIC eligible, then you are eligible to become the designated broker in charge. So you first become BIC eligible, and then the firm may bring you on as a designated broker in charge. I need 1 designated BIC for each office location. We got to have 1 BIC under every roof. So if the firm has 5 office locations, how many BICs do I have? How many designated BICs do I have? I got to have 5 designated BICs. So all those office locations need a BIC. A lot of brokers are running around with BIC eligible status just because. I'm BIC eligible. I have no desire whatsoever to become the designated broker in charge. But the truth is the pandemic hit, I got bored. I had 2 of the 3. And I said, well, let's go take this 12-hour BIC course. So I am BIC eligible. Well, I don't plan on being the designated broker in charge. My firm knows that if something, heaven forbid, something does happen to the designated BIC, they can slide me in the interim to keep everybody up and running until we do find a new permanent. So having a couple BIC eligibles laying around isn't a bad thing in a case of an emergency, but it's part of that process. You have to be BIC eligible, and then you can become the designated broker in charge. Ricky, did I see your hand? Thank you for your patience.
Yes, ma'am, you did. I was just wondering what would constitute, are we talking about 2 years full-time, or is there a way to calculate what might be considered full-time?
So they say 2 years full-time or 4 years part-time equivalent. And Ricky, that's always a question I had, I'll be honest. And when I submitted my application to be BIC eligible, they just asked me the various firms that I worked at for a couple of years. They didn't want to see any of my, units or transaction or anything like that. So I don't really have the answer to that, other than they saw that I've been affiliated with firms like consistently, since I started. So I think based on that, they could see that I was at least affiliated. But yeah, as far as how they know what is full-time and part-time, I think they kind of think that we have to have a little sense about this if we're ready or not. We have that 2 years. If you've only done 1 transaction in 2 years, you may not be equipped yet to go help other agents. Does that make sense? So kind of using your own gauge there. Good question. Thank you. The broker in charge responsibilities. In addition to you, soon to be you guys, there are some things in the office that the BIC is always responsible for, regardless of the broker's status, provisional broker, full broker, whatever. So the broker in charge responsibilities, and we can remember these by thinking of 3 A's and 2 T's. 3 A's and 2 T's. So the BIC's responsibility, number 1, is to make sure all of the agents in their office are properly practicing agency, are properly handling agency. We got some disclosures, we have agency agreements, we got all kinds of paperwork, and the broker in charge is responsible for making sure that we are properly handling agency. The BIC is responsible for making sure that all their brokers maintain an active status. The BIC is going to ask you, did you pay the renewal fee? Did you do your CE? Because ultimately it is their responsibility to ensure that your license is going to remain active going into July 1st of the next renewal period. The BIC is responsible for all of the advertising of the firm. The BIC is responsible for all the advertising of the brokers. I'm kind of looking ahead a little bit, but something I want you guys to start wrapping your brains around. The relationship with the seller is not with the individual broker. The relationship with the buyer is not with the individual broker. The buyer and the seller hire the firm. The firm allows me, the individual agent, to work with their buyers and sellers. More on that, just start thinking about that. Because with that being said, because I am affiliated with the firm, because everything I do, I'm promoting my services, I'm helping you buy, I'm helping you sell. It's all under the firm's umbrella. Thus, all of the advertising that comes out of the firm is the BIC's responsibility. They want to make sure that we have complete ads. We want to make sure all the proper information is there. They want to make sure that the firm's branding is proper. We're using the right colors, the right logos. They're going to make sure we don't have any violations for federal fair housing. Federal fair housing is coming in Unit 4. So the BIC is responsible for all of the advertising that comes out of the firm, the brokers affiliated with the firm. It's not just advertising a home for sale. If I'm on social media talking about buy me, call me, I can help you buy a house, I'm advertising my services under the firm. And the BIC is responsible for making sure all those ads are appropriate before they go out. We know how the internet works, right? You hit submit, it says, are you sure? And you say yes, and it is out there. And it's awfully hard to get back. I'm feeling kind of saucy. There's a commission rule. I'm really getting ahead of myself, but let's just go ahead and do it. There's a commission rule that says when it comes to our advertising, I can't have any blind ads. No blind ads. And an example of a blind ad is one that doesn't include the firm. Because whose listing is it? It's not mine. It is the firm's. Whose services am I advertising under? The firm's. So all of our ads has to include the firm. Otherwise, you have a blind ad. And with a blind ad, you have a potential violation for a commission rule. More on that. So agency, active status, and advertising is our 3 A's. The 2 T's that the BIC is responsible for if the firm has a trust account. If they're not holding other people's monies, deposits, for example, then a trust account's not needed. However, if they are going to hold somebody's deposit, then a trust account is required. And that is ultimately the responsibility of the broker in charge. And then the second T is our transaction files. The BIC is responsible for making sure that the files are complete. The required paperwork is there. Signatures. Another commission rule alert, write it down for me. Commission rule requires us to keep all records for a minimum of 3 years. Some of you already got this stuff. We have to retain all records for a minimum of 3 years. Did y'all just hear my absolute word there? All. I want you guys to write something down really big for me, maybe even on a whole piece of paper. 2 words. This is not only to help your real estate career, but to help you in life as well. Is everybody ready? 2 words. Here you go. Document everything. What do we document? Every single thing. And then we're going to keep every single thing for a minimum of 3 years. BIC's responsibilities, again, I don't care if you're a PB or a full broker, BIC eligible, whatever. The designated broker in charge is responsible for these 5 pieces of the firm that they are BICing. Questions on this? 3 A's, 2 T's. It's not a bad suggestion, Ricky. I don't disagree. All right. Timeshares. We're going to spend a little bit of time in Unit 2 talking about timeshares, specifically timeshares as they relate to North Carolina. The reason that we bring them up here is because we're still trying to figure out if we need a license or not. So if you are working for a timeshare company, the question is, do I need a license to sell a timeshare? And the answer is, if you're earning compensation on behalf of others, the transfer of real property, then the answer is yes. Timeshare is no exception. We did not see them on the exception list. Again, we're going to very briefly define timeshares, talk about what they mean, what that means to you guys in the next unit, but we just want to make sure that we're clear. The transfer of real property for others for compensation. And if you see all 3, you're reading these test questions and you can say check, check, and check, then you know you need a license. But I need you to see all 3. I'm going to try and break a bad habit before it starts. Don't read into the questions. Don't put stuff there that isn't there. I need you to see it. Don't read into it. I need you to see it. Guess what, you guys? Zoom's cooperated and we made it through Unit 1. 1 down, 14 to go. What do we think? How do we feel? Thumbs up, living the dream? I hear you. I hear you. Remember, Unit 1 is state-specific stuff. So as we keep going, we're going to talk about state stuff in Unit 1. It's all about licensing in North Carolina. Do I have any questions or comments, concerns, thoughts on life? Okay. Let's take a break. We come back, big deep breath, Unit 2. And we're back. Welcome back. The cameras are on. We've about made it through the first day. Before we leave today, we'll talk about what we're going to cover on Thursday. Just so, again, if you're looking ahead, you can be prepared. I'm encouraging you to look ahead so you are prepared. And then in case I don't remember at the end of class, let's just go ahead and say a reminder, no class a week from today. So I know, right? But if you log on next Tuesday, I'm not here to let you in. So please make sure you got, down on your calendar, whatever. And again, we'll talk Thursday before we leave what to expect. What a great opportunity for you guys to get caught up. Use that day to help get yourself caught up, maybe even a little bit ahead. So I'm going to take attendance. And let's get into Unit 2. There's a lot going on in Unit 2. For those of you that were able to look ahead, there's some weird stuff in Unit 2. So hopefully having this time together, we can help break it down a little bit. So as you can see in Unit 2, it's broken down into 6 different major sections, major categories. Guys, we're going to be in Unit 2 today. We're going to be here Thursday. We're going to be here next Thursday. So really, that's what I have you guys doing for like the next week and a half, is just focusing on Unit 2. So with that being said, let's get into this and let's start with some property basics. So property basics help to answer the question, what comes with the house? If you're working with a buyer to help them purchase, even if you're working with a seller, do you think that's a question that comes up? If I'm selling, what do I have to leave? If I'm buying, what am I going to get? So these property basics help us better understand what comes with the house, what conveys and what does not. So in this section, we're going to define real property. We're going to talk about the homeowner's legal bundle of rights, what that means to them. We're going to define personal property, and then we're going to compare real property to personal property. So differentiating between the two. And then we're going to talk about manufactured and mobile homes, and whether or not they are personal property or real property, and not to give it away, but just to let you guys know, the answer is, it depends. So we're going to talk about when is A, when is B, when is it real property versus when it's real personal property. By the way, it depends is the #1 answer that the Real Estate Commission gives. It depends, because we need more information in most cases. So let's start with just defining some basics. And we're going to start by defining real estate. And real estate is defined as land and everything permanently attached to the land. So think of the structures, the buildings, even the sidewalks, the driveway, anything and permanently attached, permanent improvement to land. Even nature, ponds and trees, things like that. So nature or man-made. And real estate isn't just about the land. It extends up to the heavens. And your ownership with real estate extends down to the center of the earth. So it's not just about what's on the surface. Real estate is also including what is in the air above, and what are the items, the minerals, the gases, the oils, etc., in the earth below. So to understand this a little bit better, let's talk about a homeowner's legal bundle of rights. Whenever you purchase a property, you get this idea of your legal bundle of rights. And while it's important to understand that your rights are bundled, it's also important to understand that your rights can be unbundled. You can give away some of your rights if you choose. The best way to help us remember these bundle of legal rights is by thinking of the mnemonic deep sea. So if we were to break these down, the D twig is our disposition twig. And the disposition twig is the one that says I have the right to dispose of the property however I want. As the owner of record, I can dispose of the property. Do I want to sell it? Do I want to gift it? Maybe I want to give it away to charity. As the owner of record, the disposition twig says that I have the right to dispose of it however I want. The first E twig is our enjoyment twig. As the owner of record, I have the right to use the property in any manner that I want. Let me rephrase that. The enjoyment twig gives me the right to legally enjoy the property in any manner I want. We're going to talk about things in Unit 2 like zoning. We're going to talk about things like restrictive covenants. Those would be examples of how I'm prohibited from using my land. But other than that, nobody, other than the rules, the laws, nobody can come into place and say, you can't do this. I have the right to enjoy it without interference from others. My second E twig is my exclusion twig. This is what allows me to put up a no trespassing sign on my property. I can choose who I want to exclude, who I don't want to invite on my property. No trespassing. I can restrict whomever's access. As the owner of record, I have the right to do that. My P twig is the opposite of my exclusion twig. So my P twig is the possession twig. Not only do I have the right to occupy it, but I have the right to say who else could occupy it. The possession twig gives me the opportunity to find a tenant if I want. I could profit from a tenant, collect rent, in which case I am unbundling my rights. I'm giving the tenant some of my rights, some of my bundle here. And then our C twig is our control twig, which means I have the right to profit from the land, from the property. Do I want to put a tenant in place and collect rent? Do I want to plant an orchard and grow grapes for wine? I have that right to do that. I can use it again in any legal matter I can control. So as we mentioned, the tenant is a great example of when we may unbundle those rights. Understand, if you allow a tenant to move in, you're giving up some of your rights as an owner. You're giving some of those to your tenant. Landlord and tenant relationship is all covered under property management that we will get to in, I think it's Unit 13. Yeah, Unit 13 is all dedicated to the landlord-tenant relationship, as well as the property manager's role. So more on that. Land also has some different characteristics. So there's some physical characteristics of land. And one physical characteristic of land is that land is immobile. It is where it is. You can't pick land up and move it. We've all done a search on Google Maps, and Google Maps puts the red pin where you want to go. That is where the land is. It is immobile. The land itself is indestructible. Structures come and go. You can tear a building down, but you didn't destroy the land. You can build a new building there, but you didn't destroy the land. Land is indestructible, it's durable, and it's permanent. And land is unique. There are no two parcels of land that are exactly the same. There are no two properties that are exactly the same. Even in your cookiest, cutterest of neighborhoods, everything looks the same from the outside, but it all changes when you walk in the front door. Non-homogeneity just means that you're just different types. We're being diverse. Again, no two pieces of land side by side across the street. There are differences. So take that into consideration as we start thinking about our real estate careers. You're never going to have a transaction like you did before. Every single transaction is going to be different, because if we think about this, every buyer, every seller, and every property are different. And the unique combination of those three makes for a different transaction every single time. So why don't you guys go ahead and take your word normal and throw it out of your vocabulary, because normal does not exist in real estate. Every transaction, we're starting you because they're all unique. We look at some economic characteristics of land. Land is scarce. There's only so much land to go around. What's that old saying? Buy land, they ain't making any more of it. Land is very, very scarce. Scarcity may affect the price. I think we all know that if you have land on water, may it be the ocean or a lake or something like that, it's going to be more scarce. It tends to be a little bit more expensive than not being on water because it is scarce, because there's only so many homes we can put up and down the East Coast. When you guys think of real estate, have you guys ever been taught what's the three most important things about real estate? Three most important things about real estate. Anybody know? I'm seeing some mouths move. Location, location, location. And when it comes to real estate, location, also known as the situs, individuals' preferences, is so very important. Some people have preferences. Some people want to be located close to the beach or up near the mountains or around a certain school or whatever. So location and land is a characteristic of it. What improvements are on the land? Is there a structure? Is there a house or a fence, a shed? Do we have plumbing? Do we have electricity? All those are improvements that we've added to, we've enhanced, excuse me, and have improved on the land. And then the last one here is our permanence of investment. We expect real estate to be a long-term investment. Nobody expects to build a house and have it crumple down in like 3 years. So we expect a long-term investment when we build structures, when we build properties. Yes, some last longer than others, but overall, we want the long-term picture when we're building on that land. So that kind of gets us into our next topic of talking about personal property versus real property. And personal property is defined as anything that is not land or not permanently attached to it. Personal property is something you can pick up and carry or move away. It's not attached. An adorable image that I've recently heard. Pick your house up, turn it upside down, and give it a good shake. If it comes loose, it's personal property. The opposite of personal property then is real property. And real property is permanently attached. Real property is part of the land. The old saying here is nailed, screwed, or glued, bolted, or welded. Remember when you just picked your house up and turned it upside down? Real property did not come loose. So take a step back and let me ask you guys something. Be honest with me. There are rumors out there on the streets. And one of the rumors that I've heard, I'm curious if you guys have heard as well, is that nothing you learn in pre-licensing will help you with your career. Nothing you learn in pre-licensing will help you as a broker. Have you guys heard this yet? Good. Ignore those rumors if you do. But I'm here on day one to debunk those rumors. Do you think it's important that a buyer knows when they buy, what are they going to get? What's going to remain and what's going to go? If it's going to remain, it's real property. If it's going to go, it's personal property. Do you think that's important to a buyer? I mean, buyers like to walk into houses and say, if I buy this house, do I get this? Do I get that? Do I get this? And the answer to those questions are, is it real property? Is it permanently attached? Or is it personal property? Keep something tucked in the back of your brain for me at all times. Maybe you should write this down. Anything is negotiable. So could the seller and buyer agree that the seller is going to take real property or that the buyer's going to get personal property? And the answer is sure, because anything is negotiable. Again, back to your test. Don't read into the questions. Don't assume real property is going to go or personal property is going to stay. I need you to see it on your test questions. Head bobs, everybody's hearing me. We love to read into the questions because we had an experience where we got something, personal property, and we want to attach it. I promise you guys, the information you need to answer this question is in the question. Don't add to it. Fair enough? Let's break that habit before it starts. That's a tough one to break. So don't read into it. So, personal property. I'm going to say, hands down, without a doubt, the number one personal property item that's negotiated in a real estate transaction is the refrigerator. Refrigerator is personal property. All you got to do is unplug that thing and roll it right out the front door, right? Refrigerator is personal property. However, the refrigerator is probably that number one negotiated item. When we get to Unit 8, we're going to get into contract law. And one thing we're going to learn in Unit 8 is that if it's not included in the contract, then the seller's free to take it. So it's got to be agreed upon that the parties, the seller will leave it because it's personal property. Personal property is meant to go. So any of these movable items that are not part of the real estate can be negotiated as long as we see that it's been negotiated in the test question. I'm going to say right behind the refrigerator is the washer dryer, number 2 negotiated thing. And then after that, I don't know, sometimes you show buyers property and they walk in the dining room and they say, oh my God, the furniture makes this room. Can I buy this home with the dining room furniture? Well, the dining room furniture will be personal property, right? So unless we negotiate otherwise. If we start getting into furniture and the tractor and the car in the garage, I get that all the time from buyers. Does the car remain with the home? And my answer always is, it's negotiable. If you want it, make them an offer and we'll see what they have to say. If this personal property list starts adding up, I want the refrigerator, I want the washer dryer, I want the dining room suite, I want the tractor, and I want the car in the garage. We do have an outside bill of sale form that we can use. Negotiate these personal property. How much is the buyer going to pay the seller? This outside bill of sale keeps it off the contract. We're going to spend all of Unit 6. We're going to wear a lender hat. So we're going to learn about the lender role, the mortgage responsibility, how to get the loan. That kind of stuff is coming in Unit 6. And one thing to consider when we talk about the lender, when they're issuing a loan for a home, they're issuing a loan for real property. And if we start including the car and the dining room furniture in the sale, at some point the lender's going to wonder, what the heck am I lending this money for? So if we start getting into a lot of personal property that starts going off of the contract above and beyond, we got a form for that. We're going to meet some of our forms. We're going to talk about forms. Did y'all know in real estate, we love our paperwork? Did y'all know that? I'm not going to say I got a form for everything, but I got a form for a lot. So just introducing you some of them. So refrigerators considered personal property unless it's negotiated otherwise. Real property is meant to stay. Personal property is meant to go. If we're going to negotiate otherwise, it has to be included in the contract. Questions on that? So modular homes, not to be confused with manufactured homes. We'll see manufactured homes next. Modular homes are built in big sections off-site. There's this huge warehouse somewhere where they're building like a whole floor or a whole room. And they come in on the back of the truck, partially assembled. When they are being assembled in the factory, when they are back of the truck, those sections are still considered personal property. Once it's placed on the foundation, now it is real property. So once the builder assembles it on site, we have just converted that personal property to real property. The other thing to know about modular homes is they are built according to North Carolina building code standards. We do get into building codes in this unit. So we'll talk about those building codes, permits, certificates of occupancies, all that, and so much more to come. So modular homes are built in sections off-site. Compare those to manufactured homes, also known as trailers. They may or may not be real property or personal property. The answer is, it depends. If the trailer is still on wheels, it has a hitch, and it's been registered at the Department of Motor Vehicles, it has a VIN number, it is personal property. All you got to do is hook that puppy up to the back of a truck, and away you go. When you remove the hitch, when you cancel the VIN number, and when you put the trailer on a permanent foundation, you have converted it to real property. So the answer is, it depends. It is personal property with wheels and a hitch and a VIN number. It becomes real property when we give it a foundation, land that is owned by the owner, and then you cancel that VIN number at the DMV. The other thing to know about trailers or manufactured homes is that they are built according to HUD standards, HUD. HUD is the Housing of Urban Development. It's our governmental agency. And one thing that they do is regulate how manufactured homes are built. So in answering the question, because once they're assembled, it might be kind of hard to tell. So in answering the question, is it a modular home or a manufactured home? One of the answers might be, the difference might be, well, who organized its building? More often than not, you can find a sticker or a serial number. I think a great place to start is the cabinet under the kitchen sink, and it may tell you who approved it. And that would be the best indication to determine if it's a manufactured or mobile home, modular home. And again, whether or not they're personal property or real property just depends. What we see most often, especially in North Carolina, what we deal with the most are just site-built homes where they come in one board at a time. So they're built on location. They're built according to state building codes. State building codes gives us the minimum construction standards. What's the minimum construction standards? So one board at a time. North Carolina, we use wood framed homes mostly. Of course, you can always find exceptions, but our residential homes are mostly wood frame. It just gives the builder a little bit more flexibility. We want things like doors and windows and stuff like that. Questions so far? I got more to say on real property and personal property, but let's just take a pause and see if we have any questions so far. So in this next section, we're going to talk more about those fixtures, also known that we've been referred to as real property, and what we can do if there's questions between the parties, if there's real property or personal property. So we'll address this total circumstance test. And then we're going to look more deeply into whether or not this is something fixture or personal property. And also we have several different types of fixtures, personal property laws in North Carolina to make sure that we are familiar with as well. So fixture versus personal property. And again, when I say fixture, what I'm saying is real property. So real property versus personal property. Your buyer calls you after closing and says, they took the doorknobs. When they moved out, they took the doorknobs. Would we consider doorknobs fixture or personal property? Real property or personal property? When you shook your house, did the doorknobs fall off? So we would consider those a fixture. We would consider those real property. And we expect that when you buy a house, it will include doorknobs. So we got an issue here, don't we? Your buyer calls you after closing and says, are you kidding me? They took the doorknobs. And who do you think they're going to blame for this? Everybody do an internal point. Who is their agent? That's the one they're going to go after first. We have protocols in place to help protect ourselves, help protect our buyers. First thing I'm going to do is always make sure that my buyers and I conduct a final walkthrough before we close. And in that final walkthrough, my buyers and I are going through the property to make sure what we thought was there was going to be there. Unfortunately, you guys, another thing we're going to learn in the next week or so, North Carolina favors sellers. That's just facts. North Carolina favors sellers. Buyers don't have as much, what's the word I want to say? They're not given information. They're not given disclosure. The seller doesn't have to tell them much. The seller doesn't have to fix anything if they don't want to. Much more on that. But we favor buyers. And it's really important for the buyer because of that. It's really important for the buyer to make sure that what they think is going to be there is there before they buy. Because going after the seller after closing is pretty difficult. You can find an attorney and you can try, but remember, we favor sellers. So best bet, buyer's agents, is to make sure these fixtures that are going to stay and this personal property that's going to remain, make sure these things are there before the buyer buys. Again, I got a whole unit dedicated to the contract to closing process from the day we go under contract to the day we close. We'll start talking about that in Unit 8, going through that process. So fixtures and real property, or I'm sorry, real property and personal property. I remember the song, Should I Stay or Should I Go Now? It's a good one, right? When buying real estate, these are important questions because we know the buyer's going to ask questions. We know they're going to say, when I buy, do I get this? Do I get that? And so you and I need to have an understanding. We have the basic definition of what's a fixture: nailed, screwed, or glued, bolted, or welded. And in addition, many of our contracts, our pre-printed contracts, give us a list of fixtures. So for example, this is a list of fixtures from our contract that we use the most often, the most commonly used contract. This is the contract we will look at when we get to Unit 8. So in addition to the basic definition of a fixture, if you're using this specific contract, then it is considered a fixture unless excluded. And some of these things really make us scratch our heads. Let's see. This one always gets me. Mirrors attached to the walls, bathroom wall mirrors. I mean, those are pretty much just hung up by a nail, right? You slide the bathroom wall mirror off the nail, assuming it's not a medicine cabinet, but you slide the bathroom mirror off the wall, only attached by a nail. The mirror in the basic definition would not be the fixture. The nail would be the fixture because that's what's nail, screwed, or glued. However, if you're using this contract specifically says that bathroom wall mirrors are considered fixtures, which means they are meant to stay unless negotiated otherwise. So each contract you're using, in addition to the basic definition, we want to make sure that we look over the fixture list So your buyer knows, unless we negotiate otherwise, you will not be getting these things. They will, I'm sorry, you will be getting these things. They will remain. This one always makes me giggle. Ceiling and wall attached fans, light fixtures, including the daggum light bulbs. What seller moved out and said, I'm going to take the light bulbs with me? And technically speaking, those are personal property, right? All you got to do is unscrew them when you walk them right out the door. You don't get much more personal property than that. But because they're mentioned in the fixture list, when the seller goes, they need to leave the light bulbs. So it's the basic definition of what is personal property versus real property, and then any additional they give us in our contracts. Put real estate aside for a second. Let's just pretend that real estate doesn't exist for 1 second. And when two parties can't agree to agree, then a judge will decide for them, right? If we're just adamant that I'm right, you're wrong, and vice versa, and we just can't come to terms, then you know what? If we go stand in front of a judge and they will help us decide, bring real estate back into it. If you have two parties that can't agree, is this fixture or is this personal property? Should this have stayed or should this go? The parties might have to take it to the judge, in which case the judge is going to perform what's known as the total circumstance test. You and I can loosely use the total circumstance test, but ultimately I can't make anybody do anything. I'm not the judge. I can say, look, if you go to judge, this is what I think they're going to say. I can always offer my suggestions and my opinions, but ultimately the judge may have to decide. And when the judge is performing the total circumstance test, they're going to ask themselves a series of questions. One question they're going to ask is, what is the intention of the owner? When the owner attached it, did they intend for it to be permanent, or did they intend for it to be removed at some point in the future? Like, how permanent are we talking about here? The judge is going to ask, what's the relationship of the one that attached it? Theoretically, the owner of the property meant to attach it for it to be permanent. The renter attached it for it to be not so permanent. So who attached it? The relationship? The method of attachment, answering the question, how much damage is it going to cause to the property to remove it? If it's attached to the floor, the walls, it's bolted into the wall, there will be damage to the property when we remove it. So the method of attachment. And then the other question the judge might ask or will ask is, how does it adapt to the property? How is it customized to the property? Like custom blinds, for example. How customizable is it? So intention, relationship, method, and adaptation. If you guys look at those first letters there, we can spell out IRMA, I-R-M-A. And IRMA can help us remember the questions of the total circumstance test. One thing you guys are going to learn about me is I don't know, life's complicated. Life is messy. Does anybody agree with that? And I think sometimes the best that we can keep it simple. So I try to operate by several super simple philosophies. And one of my super simple philosophies is, when in doubt, write it out. The contract gives me a place to exclude fixtures and include personal property. And if you're not sure by looking at it, if it's a fixture or a personal property, when in doubt, write it out, especially if your party wants it. We'll actually look at our contract as well when we get to Unit 8 briefly. So we'll actually be able to look at that. You guys have that in Google Drive when I send you that link tomorrow as well. If you want to peek ahead at that kind of thing, that's what we see in there, but that's a long way away. When in doubt, you guys, write it out. The written agreement beats all. The written agreement beats any previous negotiations, advertisements, conversations. If it doesn't make it to the contract, it doesn't count. So if we don't exclude fixtures, or include personal property, it doesn't count. Another thing I want you guys to write down for me, and this is a good question to get through, pre-licensing, but it's also a really good real world question. And it's a question I need you guys to keep in your mind often when you're out there working with buyers and sellers. And the question you need to ask yourself on the regular is, what does the contract say? What does the contract say? Because when we run into issues sometimes with buyers or sellers, thank you. When we run into issues sometimes with buyers and sellers, the answer lies within the contract. The contract is their legally binding document. And our contract tells us that it contains the parties' entire agreement. So anything and everything that they agree to has got to make it into the contract in order for it to count. So ask yourself on the regular, I wonder what the contract says about that. Once you're familiar with it, you know where to look, you know where to find that answer. It's probably one of the best free pieces of advice I can give new real estate agents. Be familiar with the forms that you use the most. Contract, agency agreements, whatever. There's your free piece of advice for today. Know your forms. So let's talk about this. The website, the listing, marketing, advertising, all says that the refrigerator is going to convey. The seller's on board. The seller's like, yeah. Fridge to remain with acceptable offer. Buyer says, do I get the fridge? And everybody says, yeah, you get the fridge. But guess what? The fridge never makes it to the contract. We talked about it. We advertised it. But we just never put that verbiage in the contract. Is the seller required to leave the fridge if it doesn't make it? Nah, because the final written word of the contract will prevail. So listing agents, we got to start thinking about what hat we're wearing. If you're wearing the hat of a listing agent, that means I represent the seller and I have everything but the seller's best interest. Which means if the seller's going to take any fixtures, it is my responsibility to make sure that they wind up in the contract. Now put on your buyer's agent hat. Now we're working with buyers and the buyer wants the refrigerator. It is my responsibility as their agent to make sure that the fridge that they want makes it to the contract. Fixtures are meant to stay. Personal property is meant to go. They can be negotiated otherwise, and they must appear in the contract. Questions on that? Comments? So fixtures. Fixtures can become personal property. Personal property can become fixtures. It's all about attaching it, making it permanent. Let's say you buy this house. And one of your first thoughts is, oh God, I got to do something with that fixture. I don't like that fixture. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. If you wanted to replace that fixture, you would take it down. You would go to Home Depot or wherever and buy you a new fixture. You carry it in a box, right? That's pretty personal property, that new fixture, until you take it out of the box, assemble it, and attach it in a way that it's meant to be permanent. You took the real property and made it personal property by removing the fixture, and then you went out and got a new fixture, personal property to real property. So they can convert, they can go back and forth. When it comes to fixtures, listing agents, remember that list of fixtures we just looked at in our contract? That exact same list shows up in my pre-printed listing agreements. So the listing agreement is the document I use to create the relationship between the firm and the seller. And that exact same fixture list shows up. So when the seller and I are creating our relationship, when we're entering into our relationship, I have that list in my listing agreement that I can look at the seller and say, I need to know right now if you're going to take any fixtures or if you're going to take any of these items as bulleted items on these lists. And the seller says, for example, well, the chandelier in the dining room was my grandma's. It's been in my family for years and years. This is an antique chandelier. Can I take my chandelier? Are you really going to look at the seller and say, no, you can't take grandma's antique chandelier? Let me see how that works out for you if you do say that. You with me? So we look at the seller and we say, fixtures can become personal property. As the listing agent, I'm going to encourage the seller to take it down and replace it with another chandelier before I show up to take pictures, before a buyer ever sees it. And that way we don't have to worry about it, right? Because when a buyer sees with the new chandelier, the new fixture, they think that's what's always been there, and that's what will convey with the property. That scenario is if we live in the perfect world. Do we live in a perfect world? So the seller says, I will take grandma's antique chandelier down when I pack up and move out. I'm not taking it down sooner. Listing agent smile sweetly and go, awesome. And understand that it's now my responsibility to make sure that every buyer that sees this house knows when they buy, this chandelier won't be here. This fixture will not convey. And I may put it in my agent only remarks. I may call the agent when they schedule a showing. I'm so glad you're showing my listing. Just by the by, when y'all get to the dining room, the seller's taking that chandelier. Also, listing agents, it's my responsibility to make sure that when the offer comes in, that fixture is excluded. Everybody needs to understand that when the seller moves out, they will take the chandelier with them. So in a perfect world, we can replace it before anybody ever sees it. Truth is we do not live in a perfect world. So we just have to work with the seller, and we have to ensure that at the end of the transaction, when it closes, they can take their fixture down, they can take it with them. Yeah, Amber.
So, here's a question. I don't know if it pertains again. If a seller is selling as is, does that mean everything that's inside the house goes with the sale?
No. Great question. Thank you. As is means that it is as it is. The seller's not going to do any repairs. I'm going to take my personal property because the contract says that I have to. So I'm going to take my personal property, but I'm not going to do any repairs. And it's really interesting that you bring that up, because in getting us to better understand North Carolina, we've already said North Carolina favors the sellers. And North Carolina, all homes are as is, whether we advertise them that way or not. All homes are as is, which means what is the seller required to fix? Absolutely
Nothing.
Can we ask? Can we negotiate repairs? Of course, because anything is negotiable. Thank you. So again, fixture or real property, should I stay or should I go? When these light fixtures come in the box from Lowe's, that's personal property. Most of us can pick that up and carry it right in the house. Once we install them, we have converted that personal property to real property. Some other examples here. Which one's the real property? Let's just do that one. Which one is the real property, the right or the left?
Right.
The one on the right, because we can see it's attached, it's cemented in the ground, right? This thing is just on there. There might be sand or water and something there for weight, but it's on wheels. You can roll it away. So question is, does the basketball goal remain? Well, the answer is, it depends. How attached is it? How much are we talking? What about this? Your cute little Solo grill versus that. I want that outdoor kitchen, by the way. I really, really want it. Which one is the real property?
Left.
The real property?
The silver.
Yeah, the one on the right, the stone, the nice, because that's the one that is permanently attached. This other one, you just pick it up, carry it away, right? Here's our difference. Are we seeing this? The difference in what goes or what stays. Let's go out into nature. Some trees and bushes are planted, some are just in pots. If it's planted, it is attached and it is real property versus a pot or something you just pick up, carry away. And it's important, again, that we look at that fixture list with sellers because some people have attachments to things that others may not consider attachable. I know every once in a while I hear of a gift, so we just had a baby and I might be gifted a tree that I can plant in my front yard and I can watch the tree grow with my baby. Isn't that a sweet little gift? But now here I am and I want to move. And of course, I'm taking my baby with me, but I want to take the tree too. And without having these conversations with the seller, that because that tree is planted, even though you have a sentimental attachment to it, that tree means a whole lot to you. Because it's in the ground, it's a fixture, which means we need to have a conversation about when you're going to dig it up, how are you going to cover the hole, right? Things like that, versus plants that are already in the pots. So being familiar with a contract, yes, but also just having a general sense, a general understanding of what should stay, what should go, what's real property versus personal property. Installed light fixtures are considered real property. They're going to transfer unless excluded in the contract. Again, anything is negotiable. So if your seller wants to keep, are y'all ready for this? If your seller wants to keep their Scooby-Doo ceiling fan, I didn't know this existed. Your seller, I want one. Your seller wants to keep their Scooby-Doo ceiling fan. Best bet is that they box it up before a buyer ever sees it. Replace something else. Don't leave me a light bulb on a string. Put something in that space or at least repair the hole in the wall that you jerked it out of. If a buyer never sees it, they don't know what they're missing. However, if the buyer does see it, we need to make sure we're taking that extra step and excluding it from the contract. And a few more examples of our, it depends. Bricks. Are bricks a fixture or personal property? Well, it depends. Is it a heap of bricks? I would call that personal property. Can't you pick that up brick by brick and move it? Versus it's already been installed as part of the sidewalk. Is it personal property or real property? It depends. Same thing with lumber. If you got lumber in the yard, that would be considered personal property. But once you take that lumber and you build a fence or a shed or a carport, whatever, now you have created a fixture or real property. Questions on that? So throughout this class, part of what we're doing is teaching you guys to speak broker. And in order to teach you to speak broker, we're going to have to introduce you to some new words, some fancy new real estate language. So our first big fancy real estate word is appurtenance. If something is appurtenant, it means that it runs with the land. If something is appurtenant, it conveys from one owner to the next, to the next, to the next. What I mean by convey is it's transferred automatically with the property. Examples of appurtenances are going to be improvements. So the structure of the fence, the shed. And there's some other examples of appurtenances as well. Like, for example, if the property is located in a homeowners association, then we're going to have restrictive covenants attached to the property. And those restrictive covenants, or those rules, if you will, are appurtenant, which means they convey from one owner to the next, to the next. If something is appurtenant, it means that it runs or it conveys with the land. for your exam, the North Carolina Real Estate Commission says that we're going to consider all improvements appurtenant unless your exam tells you that they negotiated otherwise. I need you to see that they negotiated otherwise. Please don't read into it. So when it comes to improvements, and again, we're not just talking about man-made improvements, you know, the house, the driveway, the fence, but we're also talking about natural improvements as well, like ponds, trees, bushes, things like that. So pertinence, we'll see this a few more times. Questions? I'm going to stop sharing. Hang tight. Don't go anywhere just yet. So we're going to stop sharing so we can all see each other again and smile and wave. There you guys are. So I'm going to call it here. I know I'm a few minutes early, but I'm going to call it here because, again, I hate to start a topic and then not be able to finish it. So listen up. We meet on Thursday. Fingers crossed, and y'all say a little prayer that Zoom's working for us on Thursday. I think it did good for us the last part of the class. So again, I really do apologize. What a crappy day to have, crappy day and a crappy hour to have that happen. But you know, it is what it is. So thank you again for your patience. Hopefully going forward will be all right. We're going to keep going in Unit 2 on Thursday. I'm not getting through it. We have no way we're going to get through it. So if you haven't looked at Unit 1, please do so to get yourself caught up, and then start making your way through Unit 2. We're going to pick up. I got a few more things to say about fixtures, and then we start getting into some other interesting topics. So please spend some time with Unit 2. Tomorrow, don't forget, tomorrow morning, I'm going to send you an email with our 2 links. One link for our Google Drive and the other link for our YouTube channel. I'm asking you to keep that email. Keep the email from Lane as well. Why don't you guys create a folder that you can put mine and Lane's emails in, Becky's emails, things like that, so you have it all together in one nice, neat place. The Zoom link you used this morning is the same Zoom link you will use every single class. So make sure you keep that email. You need that link every time. I think that's all I have to say for day 1. It was nice meeting y'all. I'm looking forward to our time together. I'm looking forward to you guys reaching out to me. You're welcome to reach out, introduce yourself. Let me know if I can answer any questions. Otherwise, you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good day tomorrow. And I'll see you bright and early Thursday morning. Thank you.
Miss Julia,
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes. Hang on just a second. Let me stop recording just in case.